back, Bakang. Nice to have you here. So yeah, we're just gonna dive in and have a look at the final lesson of the workbook. This is lesson 361 to 365, which will give you an idea of the end goal of this course. That's the idea. So it's the end. Begin with the end in mind, they say. You can begin with the end in mind. Oh, and there's Lynn. That's great. Okay, let's just say hello to Lynn. Hi, Lynn. Lynn, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi, Lynn.
Hi.
Hi. Good evening.
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 Yeah, welcome. We're just starting with the end in mind, actually. I'm gonna just share my screen and show you the final lesson of the course of the workbook. Bakang was asking about process and what the function and ultimate purpose of this is. So this is the final lesson of the workbook, which is repeated 5 times. And that indicates how important it is. Saying this is where the training leads us. The goal of the training is to be able to live in this way that he describes in this lesson. So, Kang, if you can read the in the slide there, the original in the bold black, and then the alternative below it. Kindly.
This holy instant would I give to you. Be you in charge, for I would follow you, certain that your direction gives me peace. And the alternative, I am wholly aware now and every moment. I allow my true self to be in charge, and I follow only its guidance, knowing that it brings me peace.
Yeah, so that's the translation. So read that again. I'm wholly aware now in every moment.
I'm wholly aware now and every moment. I allow my true self to be in charge, and I follow only its guidance, knowing that it brings me peace.
Very simple, but very profound. Yeah. Following guidance, but where he's leaving us is in the hands of the Holy Spirit, for the remembrance of perfect love. And our true self just guiding us moment by moment in a way that brings us peace. And then he just expands on it a little bit in the only paragraph commentary on it. So Lynn, if you can read that in the original and the alternative kindly. Want me to make it bigger?
Much. Just get my glasses on, but
okay, let's see if we can do that. Okay. All right. Is that all right?
yeah. I don't think all of it's in the screen though, is it?
Yeah, I need to
You can
make
go
it
a bit smaller, like.
Yeah.
Bad,
Okay.
but not quite that bad. Yeah, that's okay. And if I need a word to help me, he will give it to me. If I need a thought, that will he also give. And if I need but stillness and a tranquil, open mind, these are the gifts I will receive of him. He is in charge by my request, and he will hear and answer me, because he speaks for God, my Father, and his Holy Son.
Okay, an alternative.
The remembrance of perfect love will give me the words I need to help me. It will also give me a thought whenever I need one. And if I need only stillness and a tranquil open mind, these are the gifts I will receive from it. It is in charge by my request, and it will hear and answer me because it speaks for pure formless awareness of perfect love, my source and its innocent extension.
Yeah, so thoughts on that? What's he saying?
If we're open and we ask for help and then we're open to hearing and receiving, then we will hear and receive the help we need. Certainly what happened to me yesterday.
Great. And you opened yourself up to it.
Yeah.
Now, the key is you got to be willing.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, the mind training is just to let go of your resistance so that you can be open to this, be willing to listen and to follow this guidance. If you're blocked, then you don't follow guidance. But what he's saying is actually a very, very simple way to live, right? Whatever I need in the moment, I will be told, I will be guided. If I need a thought, if I need a word, if I need actions, if I need to make decisions, but if I need only stillness and a tranquil open mind, then this is what I will experience.
Yeah.
So what he's describing here is the flow state. I'm in a state of flow with life. I've dropped all of my egoic resistance and false desires. And I've put this spirit, the remembrance of perfect love, this correct part of my mind, in charge by my request. Right? It's no coercion, there's no forcing. It's I surrender it. I say, this is the only way because this is far better than my ego. I do it willingly. And it will hear and answer me because it's my own true awareness. This remembrance speaks for my own true awareness, which has always been there, just been covered over and been very suppressed. And now you're willing to listen to it. It's going to come more and more into awareness. Because this remembrance speaks for pure formless awareness of perfect love, my source and its innocent extension, which is me and all of my companions. We are all that innocent extension. And when we can stay in this state, then we experience peace and love and joy and happiness and flow, and life is a happy dream. Not to say you'll never get challenged, but the challenges are not perceived really as challenges. You just flow with them. Okay, well, it's just another situation, in the world, but I can just flow with it. I don't have to go into fear. I don't have to have any negative reaction to it at all. It's just like the water, that flows down in a river to the ocean. It doesn't get stuck on a rock, does it? It's just like, okay, well, there's rocks that come up, and there's twists and turns in the river, but we just flow forward. So this is the flowing way that he's describing. So the entire course is designed to bring you to this state of mind that you can, at the end of it, live in this way. And then he says, look, God will take the final step. I can't really train you for that because that's beyond what can be taught. But I can prepare you for its coming. I can train you into a state of readiness for the coming of this grace, which, if you are living in this state, will come. You will start to see glimpses of it. And you might just have a revelatory experience or two as well. Saying, I can't teach you that. That will come of its own accord. But I can teach you how to let go of the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, which prevent you currently from staying in a state of flow like this all the time. And that's what the mind training is designed to do. So this is the scope of the course. This is what he's training us to do. We're going to come back to our initial conversation. This is the final outcome. And the rest will look after itself. You know, the perfect enlightenment and transcending time and space, going to a state of pure formless awareness. That'll all happen in time. And you know, he says the most he says about it is that God will take the final step. No more, because this is beyond what can be taught. But he can teach us this, the skill. This is the really to master the art of letting go. And then the result is to live in this way. So he can teach us that, and that's what the course is designed to teach us. So that's, you know, at the beginning of the course, we're only 11 lessons into it. And a couple of chapters, two chapters into the text. Beginning, it's useful to look at it and say, this is where it ends up. This is the final outcome. And so the more you practice it, the more you should start experiencing this kind of flow state, miraculous occurrences in your life. If you want to use course language, it's the same as being in a flow state. And the more you'll experience those, the more you practice. The more you practice and you experience the state, the more connected you feel to your source. That's the idea. And when you're in a flow state, you are connected to your source. You're acknowledging your own true reality rather than the false one, and it feels quite good. Okay, so I just thought it'd be useful to look at that from the beginning of the course so that you can see very clearly where we're heading. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that one?
No.
No? Pekan, you okay?
I'm okay, thanks. Yes, I think it brings you know, a great perspective. Like, it actually takes me way back, you know, in the early days. I think up until a point where I met you, where I was always wondering, even though we strive to, you know, tick the boxes here and there, but still there's this void inside me. And, you know, how do I, you know, attend to that one? Because that's always been my challenge. And I think from today, I'm starting to realize that, in fact, there is a way. It's just that I never thought, you know, there could be, you know, another way compared to you know, the world of time and space.
Yeah. Yeah, which is very profound, isn't it? There's actually another way to live your life. You can live your life from the perspective of the eternal, even while you are in time and space. That's what this is saying. So this is actually quite practical. If we go back to it. Yeah, this is not woo-woo metaphysical. It's actually comes down to a very, very practical way of being. Doesn't it?
Yes.
He's not talking high metaphysics here, and you're going to check out of the world and just float on a cloud of bliss. And it's okay, you know, if you're going to work, you're going to operate in the world, and words are going to still be needed, and thoughts still, but you know, whatever you need will be given to you. And you do this, there's no sense of being coerced, of any kind of that kind of religious control, or you have to do this or you'll be punished by God. It's in charge by my request. It's completely a willing surrender to this presence within me, because I realize that it's going to guide me correctly. It's the only functional way of living my life. And so I do it completely willingly. By the end of the course, you know, he's going, remember, this is the final outcome. So if you feel like, well, I'm not quite there yet, well, that's, of course you're not quite there. You need the whole mind training course to get there. To you know, to live in this state is to be in an enlightened state, to be in the world and not of the world, as Yeshua called it. So it's quite advanced to be able to stay in the state continuously. That's why we practice. Practice makes perfect. Like, you know, with anything, you wanted to learn a new skill in this world, or, you know, learn to do a new trade or profession. You train, don't you? You spend a lot of time training in it. So why do we think that the ultimate skill of letting go should be any different? You know, we have to train it. You do that by practicing it over and over and over again. And you know, fortunately, life gives you the opportunities to practice, doesn't it? Because inevitably in any day, usually something goes awry. Something's not quite right, and then, you know, you have to let go of that, don't you? So
Yes.
life gives you the opportunity to practice. And then you've got the teachings to remind you, okay, I need to apply these and apply them in the practice. And the combination of the theory and the practice means that you can actually attain this kind of state. You can, it's realistic to be able to live, operate in this kind of state ongoing. This becomes your, you know, new normal state, your default state. But it requires a lot of work to get. I mean, these words are very simple, but to get there requires, you know, a whole lot of spiritual work and letting go of all the blocks to the awareness of love's presence that block you from it. And that's what this course is designed to help you do. Okay, so let's crack on with today's inspirational quote. Makang, if you can read that headline quote from, Viktor Frankl, please.
Forces beyond your control can take away everything you possess, except one thing: your freedom to choose how you respond to the situation.
It's very appropriate you read it, because your voice note of whenever it was, a week ago, you were saying exactly this, weren't you?
Yes.
That I realize that I have the freedom to choose how I will respond. And that is the only freedom you have in this world. You can't control the external world, what other people are doing. Forces beyond your control can take away everything you possess except one thing. So, I mean, he experienced this. You know, Nazi concentration camp. He was incarcerated in pretty grim conditions, cruel, harsh conditions for 4 years, I think, three to 4 years. And there was nothing much he could do about it. It's like, well, you know, this is what's happening. My life, everything's on hold. His entire family were murdered. His wife was murdered. And the one thing that he held on to was that he could choose how he perceived it. So imagine having, you know, your parents, your brother, your wife, all just taken away, all killed. And then, you know, you're incarcerated. You don't know at any point if you're going to survive, because at any point, you know, your life hung on tenterhooks in these camps. But something kept him going. That was a sense of a transcendent purpose. He had the idea early on when he went to the concentration camp that this experience would be an experience that he could use to come up with a new form of psychotherapy, which he called logotherapy. I think he probably had some ideas. He was a young psychiatrist, or was he psychiatrist or psychologist? Psychologist. He was a young psychologist when the war broke out, and so he'd probably had some of these ideas, but he hadn't put them into any kind of action and written anything about them. And so, you know, his purpose was, I need to learn from these experiences and survive this so that I can bring this idea out into manifestation and publish a book which could help many people, which he duly did. in 1946, he published a book called Man's Search for Meaning, which has sold 16 million copies or something, based on his life, his experience in the camps. So the first half of the book is the description of his experience in the camps. And then the second part is, okay, well, this is the theory that comes out of it, the logotherapy theory, which really postulates that people's desire to find meaning in their lives is their primary driving force in life. Other schools of psychotherapy have a different take on it. So Freud was all about pain and pleasure. He was kind of the inventor of psychotherapy. So he was the first school. Then a guy called Adler came along and talked about power. And his idea was that there was everyone craved power above all else, power to control their own lives and other people's lives. And then he came up with this theory of meaning, which for me is the most credible theory. It's like, yeah, we all, deeply yearn for meaning in our lives. And that search for meaning is what has brought you both here. That's why we, together tonight. That search for a deeper meaning, a higher meaning to our lives. That can't just be fulfilled in the normal humdrum, way of daily life. It's like there's something, deeper that calls us. So that's what logotherapy was about. So really touching on the deepest truth. And then he reminds us, this really, if you look at this philosophy, this is the absolute essence of any personal growth or spiritual transformation system. The very core of it is you have the freedom to choose how you will respond, and no one can take that away from you. And if it's an authentic teaching, then it will be in the teaching, because that is the only freedom that we have remaining in this world. You can try and manipulate your circumstances all you like, but the truth is most of it's beyond your control. And so forces beyond your control can take away everything you possess and form, except one thing. No matter what they've done to you, as they took away all of his personal freedoms. He was a prisoner. He had very little freedom on any level of form because he was in prison. But they could not tell him how he should perceive the situation. That was his choice. That's what he understood. That's what kept him sane. He said he saw guys come in and they were, young, fit, strong, healthy. And within 6 months they were dead because they lost their purpose. They didn't have this realization that, yes, I have the freedom to choose. They just responded to the situation in the way that the situation dictated. Oh, this is terrible. It's awful. Life's really not worth living anymore, they told themselves. And so, if you keep telling yourself that, then sooner or later the body's going to die. Obviously, that situation, the situation wasn't very, very easy at all. The circumstances were very harsh. But why did someone like Viktor Frankl and others survive for 3 years and others died in 6 months? That's the question you have to ask. It comes down to their outlook on life. So this outlook makes you extraordinarily resilient. Can you see that?
Yes.
If you understand this and you're able to apply it, this is the very essence of resilience, because you can always choose how you respond to the situation. You can't control the situation necessarily, but your response you can and must control. And so this course is really a course in teaching you how to choose, to claim back this power, to choose how you will respond to each and every situation based on another thought system of truth, of oneness. You can always choose to apply that, even if people are being really harsh and unkind. You have that choice. It was interesting because John shared a story yesterday about, there's a movie out about a guy and his family who he was the commander of Auschwitz, and he lived in a house just on the outside of the camp. And so all this horrendous stuff's going on in the camp, and then there's this kind of illusion of some kind of functional family life going on. Apparently he got sick, and anyway, he got caught eventually after the war, and he was tried. He got put in prison first, and the British caught him, and then they abused him. They were very harsh, and they physically beat him. And then he went to a Polish prison, and he said the Poles actually treated him with some compassion. They treated him as a human being, not as a some kind of person deserving of punishment. And he said just before he was executed, he said, actually, I do deeply regret what I did. And what helped me realize that was the way that the Poles treated me, even though I had been so cruel to many of their people who were in those camps. That made me realize that there is another way. So even here, I realized, that you have a freedom to choose how you respond to the situation. And even though he was the persecutor, he had his own lessons to learn from that. So a very, very, very powerful lesson. This is the absolute essence of the course. If you want to boil it down to one single concept, this is it. And this understanding this and applying this will completely change your life. Can you see that?
Yes.
So Yesha puts it like this in the clarification of terms. It's in A Course in Miracles. So Lynn, if you can read that quote for us, please.
In this world, the only remaining freedom is freedom of choice, always between two choices or two voices.
So you have these, two choices and two voices in you. And the freedom you have is that you can choose between them. You don't have to listen to the voice of the ego, that's doom and gloom, and you can listen to the voice of freedom that speaks for freedom, joy, love, happiness, if you choose to, even if the circumstances appear to be doom and gloom. That's the challenge, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
As the circumstances trigger you into a state, the ego can arise quite strongly, as we all know.
Yeah.
In that situation. And then your job is to still make the correct choice, even though you're feeling down and out and depressed. And we know what it feels like, to be like this. This lady, you can see, she's, depressed. It's all dark. It's gloomy. She's caught up in her own thoughts. But yet there's still a choice in that situation of how you're going to perceive it. So every time you choose to forgive or let go of any negative thought or emotion, then you're exercising this freedom by choosing the Holy Spirit rather than the ego. You're making the right choice and choosing to listen to the right voice. So then the question is, why don't you always make the right choice by forgiving or letting go of any thoughts and emotions that are seemingly causing you to suffer?
Because some triggers just get to us.
Yeah, but because you get triggered because you still have a deep-seated belief that you're a separate self, living in a body in a world that seems to be outside of you and capable of causing you to suffer. That's the only reason why these things trigger you. You still believe that they have the power to trigger you. You see, so it's still a choice, even though it's an unconscious choice. You're making that by reacting to those things in that way, you're making the choice to be a separate self. This belief that you're a separate self makes you forget that you do always have a choice about how you respond to any situation. And then
Yeah.
how do I free my mind from this persistent belief, you may be asking? How do I actually do this? But you already know the answer because you're doing this course. So every time you choose to meditate, to read and reflect on a mind training lesson, to attend a live discussion and meditation session as you're doing now, or do any of the other key spiritual practices I recommend you do in this course and the follow-on program that comes after it, you're choosing to exercise your one remaining freedom and taking another step on your hero's journey home to heaven, which, remember, is the state in which you are only aware of and experiencing perfect love or oneness. Every time you practice anything, you're saying, yes, I'm making the choice, the right choice to let go and to be free. So why is this the case? Maybe your next logical question. Because spiritual practices like these help you to become more aware of your negative, or as I like to say, negative, because they negate the truth. Negative thoughts and emotions. In other words, thoughts that negate or block the pure formless awareness of perfect love as they arise, and then consciously make the choice to let them go. So there's a two-step process. You must be aware of them, so you don't just spiritually bypass them, go, oh, well, it's all an illusion anyway, I'm not going to look at it. No, you have to look at it, sometimes experience the pain of that, but then there's an awareness that's able to just observe and remind you that this isn't true, that whatever those thoughts and emotions are is simply not true, and in that you let them go. And this is the process of forgiveness or letting go. It will ultimately free your mind from all its blocks to the awareness of love's presence, as Yeshua calls the ego. That's all it is sum total of all the blocks to the awareness of love's presence in the introduction to the text that follows below. Okay, so Bakang, if you can read that first paragraph for us, please. This is A Course in Miracles.
This is a course in miracles. It is a required course. Only the time you take is voluntary. Free will does not mean that...
Sorry, I'll just correct you. That should actually be only the time you take for it. The original is it, but for it makes more sense. So read it as only the time you take for it is voluntary.
Okay. Only the time you take for it is voluntary. Free will does not mean that you can establish the curriculum. It means only that you can elect what you want to take at a given time. The course does not aim at teaching the meaning of love, for that is beyond what can be taught. It does aim, however, at removing the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, which is your natural inheritance. The opposite of love is fear, but what is all-encompassing can have no opposite. This course can therefore be summed up very simply in this way. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God.
Okay, so thoughts on that?
I think the paragraph just simply sums up, what the course is all about. It's a course that everyone must take, but there's no, timeline or pressure as to, how or when must one take it. I think it raises the fact that it should be something that one wants to do, from intuition, not from force or being propelled to do it. And it doesn't also restrict as to the time that one can take to actually do it. But I think the fundamental essence of it is that I like the part, at the bottom where it says, nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. So it doesn't matter, how long one takes or how one does it, but the fact remains, that which is real, can never be threatened by, the circumstances or how we go about to actually pursue that. And in the process, whatever that shouldn't be there or the excess will be chipped away from the process.
Yeah, well explained. That's why we have the statue of the David there. Obviously the most famous sculpture in the world. Because Michelangelo, who was the sculptor, when he was asked how he did it, said, all I did was take away what was not David. I removed what was superfluous, the excess. And then what remained was the essence of David. It was already in there. He was right. That was already in there. It just had to be revealed. So, but it's an interesting thought process that helped him sculpt, the greatest sculpture ever in the world. It was a cutting away rather than oh, I'm creating this. No, it was just removing what's not authentic. So that's what we've got to do. Remove the blocks to the awareness of love's presence. And what reveals itself systematically and progressively, just like the sculpture, that sculpture took him years, just chipping away, fine chiseling. So he didn't want to make a mistake. So, okay, just cutting away everything that's not real or true, and to reveal what is. And that's the whole process. And then those final 3 lines: nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. And that's a summary of the whole text. If you understand that, then you understand the whole text. But to really understand it is the trick, and that requires a lot of work generally. A lot of mind training. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. It starts playing with your mind, playing with the reality of what you think is real. What is real cannot be threatened. It's beyond fear, beyond threat, beyond harm. And the unreal that may seem to threaten is simply unreal. It doesn't exist. If you can live in this way with this in mind, then herein lies the peace of God. So it's only by forgiving or letting go repeatedly of these blocks and doing this as persistently as the ego or belief in separation tries to block your awareness of love's beneficent presence that you can and will free yourself from the suffering your ego causes. So as persistent as the ego is, that's how persistent you have to be in your spiritual practice to match it. You see, I talked to you about this a few days ago. You've got to be really persistent and diligent, because the ego is persistent and it will just keep coming. So you have to be very, very willing to do the work to counter it. That's the only way you're going to counter it. Okay, so there's a recorded discussion that could be useful. We talked about the difference between the Holy Spirit's vision and psychic sight to another frequency or dimension of energy. Discussed that before. Are psychic powers desirable? We discussed that question in the Manual for Teachers. So we revisit it. There's some experiences of people. So you were on this course, but you might have even been in the session. You remember Phil? And
Yes.
so these are recordings from then. It might be interesting for you to listen to them, to go back and go, okay,
Yeah, will do.
I remember. Yeah. So said that the lesson had helped him to stay in flow. And then we discussed how the teachings, A Course in Miracles teachings, are different from many other spiritual teachings that try to reconcile the ego and the spirit, whereas ACIM is a pure non-dual teaching that makes it clear that the only choice is between the fear the ego engenders and the love the Holy Spirit or remembrance of perfect love always offers to replace it in every situation. So it's one or the other. It's never trying to fudge it and say, oh, you can have both. That's really the distinction between A Course in Miracles and many other so-called spiritual teachings. Many of them are dualistic in that they don't make this clear distinction. So they don't ask you to clearly choose. And so then you fudge it. You say, well, love is real, and I believe that, but then there's apparently also all this other stuff going on, all the negativity, and both are real. Yeshua's saying, no, that's not true. If God is love and is all-encompassing, then both cannot be real. One must be false and the other must be true. We also discussed in the discussion session whether Yeshua really did get angry when he turned the tables over in the temple. And you can read Matthew 21:12, a full description of what happened. Or whether he did this in a very conscious, intentional way as part of his plan to teach the world a master lesson in forgiveness or letting go. I tend towards the latter interpretation, that it was conscious. He understood what he was doing, but it's up to you to read it and decide for yourself. Maybe he did get angry. Maybe he was triggered. Just because he was so-called enlightened doesn't mean he never made mistakes. And he even acknowledged, even talks about it in the course. He said, at some point I made several slips into impatience when he was dealing with the disciples. Even he would, get impatient with them because they just didn't get it, and they were, their egos had a lot of resistance. So, given his level of mastery, he was like, no, come on, guys, catch up. He's just a bit slow. But he acknowledged that he made a mistake because he was impatient. And then that's into a discussion on what the true purpose of business is, profit or service. They have a practical example of how misperception about the true purpose of business played out in a real life situation. So I'll tell the story actually, because it's quite a pertinent one. There was this guy called Steve Shapiro who wrote a book on listening, which is really quite profound. And he tells the story in one of his videos. So he was busy writing his book, and he got a flyer dropped in his postbox by the local restaurant saying, there's a special on swordfish and salad for $6.99. So he's like, okay, that sounds good. I don't really have time to make a meal, so I'll order it. I'll go and collect it. And so he does that, orders a swordfish and salad, arrives there, and the guy says, oh, he said, I see you've got the special. I said, yes. That's what you advertised, and he brought the brochure along. The guy said, oh, well, I'm sorry, we've actually cooked you the wrong piece of fish. Oh, it's just, so what piece of fish do you cook me? Oh no, well, it's a higher grade. So if you like, you can wait and we'll cook you a lower grade piece of fish that's not quite as fresh. Or you can pay an extra $2. I mean, ridiculous. And he's going, okay then. Seriously? And I think he, and in the end, just took it as it was. But it's a total misunderstanding of the purpose of business, isn't it? It's like the purpose of
Yes.
business is to serve your customers, to give them a good experience. If your business is being a restaurant, then it's to serve them food in a pleasant, friendly manner, and they enjoy the food and they enjoy the service. He was doing neither. First of all, we're going to give you some substandard kind of food, and we're gonna really annoy you because who in their right mind is going to be happy with that, with anyone telling them that they can have a piece of fish that's not quite as fresh,
Yeah.
or pay another $2. Hang on, but you advertise this on a special. Now, the intelligent thing to do would have been just to go, don't even mention it to the customer. It's fine. It's a new customer. You come in, take it, and enjoy your meal, sir. And I mean, surely, is it worth all of that angst for an extra $2? But the mindset behind that is the mindset of, well, we've got to make money in business. It's all about saving money, making more money, saving money in this instance, not about serving our customer. And of course, then you get that kind of bizarre behavior when that's the case. I've had a number of experiences as well, when you see clearly people are out of alignment with the true purpose. So they're out of alignment with the love. The purpose of the business is to give and receive love in whatever way that business defines it. So in the restaurant business, they do it via the mechanism of food and service. In another business, it would be whatever the product is that they're selling or the service they're offering is done with a sense of love, with commitment to the quality of it, because you want to give your customers a good experience and help them to have a good experience from and raise their energy, not lower it through their interaction with you. So this is definitely worth watching, this Russell Brunson video, because he talks about, he's a very successful entrepreneur in the US. He started a company called ClickFunnels, which helps people like me. In fact, I've used his software to help promote the business and get bookings to webinars and stuff. And then he talks about his experience with an organization that saves children from sex slavery, which is horrific. And he was asked to help, and then he was like, well, okay, I don't really know anything about it. He was asked to make to help them with marketing, and then he's driving to meet the guy, and suddenly he just has an idea, and he goes, actually, we need to make a movie. Just gets an inspiration, and then he pulls off the highway and he just calls a guy who he'd met 6 months before. He remembered he'd said, yeah, I can make movies, and he calls him or messages him on Facebook, I can't remember, and says, how about it? What about this for an idea? And the guy responds instantly, says, yeah, I'm up for that, and I'll do it at cost. I won't make any profit from it. So then he, all very spontaneously, he gets to the meeting. He's like, okay, I came with when I set out on my trip, I had another plan, but actually this has just come to me. And they ended up making that movie, which was huge for this organization. They raised a lot of money from it and continue to do so. And, all inspired. So definitely worth watching that. You can hear the story in his own words. And hopefully inspire you to see the true purpose of business is to extend love. That's actually the deeper meaning of it, to give and receive love in a way that whatever way the business defines, that is also financially sustainable. Yes, if your business is financially sustainable, you can't continue. So you've got to make some profit, or at least find a way to pay all your expenses. But the purpose is not that. That's secondary. the purpose is to give and receive love in whatever way you define that. Okay, so any questions about that? So have a look at that. It was a good session, if I recall, way back in October 2019. So listen to that. That leads us nicely. And then we had another bonus discussion on power of chanting as a spiritual practice, how spiritual practices like chanting, breathing and meditation threaten the traditional medical and pharmaceutical industries. Learn, you'll like that one. And the trap of judgment that many, quote, angry vegans fall into. So yeah, again, some very interesting stuff in there. And applications of this theory in practical situations like veganism and traditional medicine and pharmaceutical industries and so on. Okay, so that leads us nicely into today's lesson. So let's practice the lesson for today. Number 11 we're on to. All right, so either one of you, I can't remember whose turn it is, read the that headline lesson, the key idea of the lesson, and the first paragraph.
My meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world.
It's quite profound. Any thoughts on that key idea?
I presume it's talking about all our ego thoughts show us a pointless world, which they do.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very pertinent.
Yeah.
And if your thoughts are meaningless, how can you expect the world that it shows you to be anything but meaningless? Of course, it's going to be meaningless if your thoughts are meaningless. The only way to find real purpose in the world is to change your mind. You've got to let go of your meaningless thoughts. Once you have true meaning in your thoughts, then you find meaning and purpose in the world. So a lot of people can find these ideas quite depressing. Maybe you've experienced some of that. So, well, this is all a bit depressing. It's all a bit negative. To understand what he's trying to do is help you to clear your mind of the ego. This isn't the final outcome of the perception. I showed you what the final outcome is, that you're actually able to stay in a state of flow, being guided by the Holy Spirit. The only way you're going to get into that state is if you can let go of your meaningless thoughts and the meaningless world that they make you perceive. And so, these early lessons are all about looking at the world honestly and seeing it for what it is and then letting it go. So he's naming the world just for what it is, saying, well, it's meaningless. The way I've perceived it is meaningless because my thoughts about it are meaningless. But there is the real world, in which true meaning can be found. That meaning lies not in form, that meaning lies in transcending form. So the true meaning of the world is to use it as a way to awaken from the world. Then you start to have a real purpose and meaning that can actually inspire you. Okay, so Lynette, if you can read paragraph 1.
This is the first idea we have had that is related to a major phase of the correction process, the reversal of the thinking of the world. It seems as if the world determines what you perceive. Today's idea introduces the concept that your thoughts determine the world you see. Be glad indeed to practice the idea in its initial form For in this idea is your release made sure. The key to forgiveness lies in it.
Forgiveness or letting go. So what's he saying here?
If we believe our ego thoughts, the world is a very egoic world and it's not going to make us happy.
Seems as if the world determines what you perceive. So we've looked at this integral model again before, but I'll look at it again today. So you can see very clearly the four quadrants. So the individual interior, this is your thoughts, emotions, memories, states of mind, perceptions, immediate sensations. Then there's the objective world of your body and its behavior. Everything that can be observed scientifically in time and space. And then on the collective level, those play out as shared values and meanings and language and culture and so on. And on the external systems, networks, technology, government, and the natural environment. So there's four quadrants, and it's an integral model. This is saying that your external perceptions of the world, the way the ego set it up, is that you perceive those as real, and that those have the power to affect your internal state. So your inner state, your thoughts and emotions are an effect of the world and not causative. And if we do that, then we are victims of the world, because we're just responding to these external effects and influences over which we seemingly have no control, and we're just a puppet that's responding to these things. So there's no internal locus of control, and that's where the ego wants to put you. And you've just been there, haven't you? So you know how that
Yeah,
feels.
absolutely.
It's a very disempowering state.
Yeah.
To be in. You've given away your power to external forces. You're saying, I'm just essentially a victim. I react to these forces. I have no ability to change my mind and perceive it differently.
I'm back in my
And
power
so
now.
reversal of the thinking. Sorry?
I'm back in my power now.
Yeah. And it's just a shift. All you've done is you've gone, no, I'm not a victim of the world I see, because I can change my mind.
Yeah.
My thoughts and my emotions, my state of mind is primary, and the external world is secondary. My experience of the objective external world derives from the primary experience, which is in my mind. So it's inside out. My experience of life comes from within me, within my mind, and then it is then extended out, and I experience the world accordingly. I'm not the victim of the world I see, in that my thoughts and emotions are not affected or influenced by the external world. And of course, the ego is trying to convince you that they are. And so the mind training becomes, well, can I let go of those influences and any tendency to be negatively affected by them, and restore my mind to its true power, that I am in control of my thoughts and emotions, and I can choose to be in a state of love, peace, and joy, and then extend it into the external world. So it's inside out. I've made a choice, I extend it, and then accordingly, the body and the external world and reality adjust. That's the miraculous way, inside out. Outside in is the ego's way, and that enslaves you. And so that's really what he's saying here, is that seems as if the world determines what you perceive, but today's idea introduces the concept that your thoughts determine the world you see, the world you perceive. So practicing the idea reverses your thought system from outside in to inside out, which is massive. That's the whole point of this course in any spiritual teaching, is to change your locus of control from external to internal, because this is where your power lies.
Yeah.
You can access enormous power here, and power to influence in the external world in strange and miraculous ways. Because when you change your mind, then the projection or the extension of mind, which is the external world, changes too, automatically. And so saying this is the key to forgiveness or letting go lies in this reversal. We must start perceiving reality correctly, that it's internal primarily. The subjective I is primary. This is where our reality lies, and really start ignoring the secondary. You might notice it, but it's certainly not seen as a cause. Don't perceive it as any kind of cause. It's an effect of your thoughts and emotions, which are under your control. As Viktor Frankl says, the remaining freedom you have is to change your mind, to respond to any situation outside of you in a way that you've chosen. So this dovetails very nicely with the quote today. So
the
this
thing
quote.
is, I was just going to say, once you change your mind and you change that perception, everything changes like instantly, doesn't it? This thing, it's not like you don't have to wait to see it changes instantly. And if you're lucky, you get the feedback, and it's quite amazing, really.
Yeah, so
Very
it doesn't
amazing.
have to take time, because the moment you change this, your thoughts and emotions, your perception changes, because your perception is a product of your thoughts and emotions, and you perceive whatever's going on in the outside world differently. So the only way to change the world is to change your mind about the world.
Yeah.
As Yeshua says, seek not to change the world, but seek to change your mind about the world. And then it changes like that. You can change the world instantly. And the
Takes the
skeptics
pain out
you
of
can't
it.
change the world instantly. Of course you can, because the world is in your perception.
Yeah.
So you change your perception of the world. You just changed your world instantly, all of it.
Yeah.
So it's so profound and powerful, but you have to get over the idea of change in form. It's just a change in perception.
Yeah.
That's required. And then everything changes, because you perceive everything differently. And that's a radical transformation of your world in that moment.
Yeah.
You can only really understand that if you've experienced it. This is why this learning is experiential. And that's what any dark night of the soul experience that you've been through. It's there to actually show you this.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. I can come out, I can change my mind, look at how my reality changes instantly, overnight. I'm living in a different world, in a different reality compared with 24 hours ago. Wow. Okay. That's a great lesson to remind you just how powerful your mind is, and that these principles matter. You must live according to them and apply them, because they make a huge difference to your life. All right, let's say hello to Elaine. How's it, Elaine?
Hi, Elaine.
Hi, Lynn. Hi,
Time
Kokon.
some time to
Hi,
practice the
Lane.
lesson. So yeah, we're going into practice. So let's do that, shall we? All right, so just making yourself comfortable, putting yourself on mute, sitting comfortably, your favorite meditation posture, your feet shoulder width apart, your back straight, and cup your hands in your lap. Move your hands out on your thighs, palms facing upwards. So breathing in. And seeing how stomach rises and the chest rises. Clench the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Draw the energy up the spine to your heart center. Pull it up into the crown of your head. And just pausing at the top of the inhale. Just repeat the idea. Today's lesson slowly to yourself. So my meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. Look at your thoughts, observe them. Whatever's going on in your thoughts, remind yourself that my meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. You exhale. Let them go, release. Imagine they being blown away. Dark clouds, black smoke, by the breeze of your breath. And going, gone. So nothingness they really are. And you just rest. Yeah, in this deep peace and stillness for a few moments. Now you're going to open your eyes. Just look about you. Near and far, up and down, anywhere. And as you look around you, just repeat the idea. My meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. You're aware of any thoughts that crop up as you look at the various objects, things in the room around you, people maybe. My meaningless thoughts. Meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. Without haste, there's no rush, no sense of urgency or effort. Just use the words in an unhurried, even leisurely manner. Very casually. And notice how you're feeling as you look around you. This idea, says Yesha, contains the foundation for the peace, relaxation, and freedom from worry we're trying to achieve. Close your eyes again. Take a nice deep breath in. And repeat the idea once more to yourself. So my meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. Just internalize this, acknowledge it, feel into these words. Meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. Feel the peace that this brings you. Allow yourself just to sink into this peace for a couple of minutes. There's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe in and out through your nose. Relax and be still. And it says, be still and know that I am God. And be still and just surrender into this awareness. Nothing else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still. The next 2 minutes of deep silence. Any thoughts come in, just remind yourself of today's idea. My meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. Just exhale and let them go. Just blowing them out like dark clouds. The breeze of your breath, they have no power to obscure the eternal blue sky of your true awareness or the light of your source shining through it. So for another minute or so, just surrender into this deep stillness. Beyond the meaningless thoughts of the ego lies pure formless awareness of perfect love. And just surrender into that, merge with it completely, fully, and wholly. Thanks. So now on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes and gently bring your awareness back into awareness of the body and the breath and the senses in the world. So 1, just breathing in. And notice how stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Scan your mind so you notice any thoughts, emotions, related body sensations going on. Remind yourself about today's idea. My meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. My meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. And exhale. Just let go of the thoughts and feelings and everything. Let it all wash away and remain in the clear, empty, calm space. Of freedom. On the count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground. Noticing what you're feeling. Your hands touching, whispering, smelling. What you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Without any judgment. There's no judgment of a meaningless world because it's meaningless. So no judgment means to detach yourself from the meaningless world and your meaningless thoughts about the world. So observe how it feels when you don't judge, just in a peaceful inner state. So now on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around, noticing what's going on in the room around you from this very clear, calm, non-judgmental state. So look at any object for a few seconds. If any thoughts come up about it, remind yourself my meaningless thoughts showing me a meaningless world. Again, and nothing else. Randomly selected, so no attempt to select or avoid anything. Again, apply the idea. My meaningless thoughts showing me a meaningless world. Do that. Or half a dozen objects just for a few seconds at a time, noticing each one, applying the idea, and then moving on. Finally, take a deep breath in and say, my meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. My meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. Notice how you're feeling. You should be feeling quite calm, peaceful, and detached. Anchor the state in. State of peace, state of freedom from the meaningless thoughts and the meaningless world they show you. So you want to stay here, set that intention. You need to top yourself up and then just practice today's lesson using one of the breath breaks I sent you. And stay with us. We've still got a bit of practice to do in this session. So brings us to the end of the meditation and the practice of the lesson. All right, so everyone's still with me. I think let's go into the 12 pathways. We've got one more pathway to do, which is the 12th one. So okay, so pathways. So just to summarize, you can read, Lynn, if you can read the 10th pathway, just in the...
Will you just make it bigger, please, Jono?
Sure. If you can read it in the bolded bit to 170%. Just the first
I am continually calming.
sentence in bold, just to summarize the 10th pathway, all about discovering my higher awareness.
I am continually calming the restless scanning of my rational mind in order to perceive the finer energies that enable me to unitively merge with everything around me.
So this is just our practice to watch the mind, calm the restless scanning of our rational minds. And unitively merge with everything around me. Because when I'm not judging everything, then I feel this sense of unity. And peace comes with that. So then the enlightened state has always been one throughout history of a unitive state, of feeling unified with everything and everyone around you. But you must calm this restless scanning and chattering of your mind, which is very appropriate very complementary to today's lesson. My meaningless thoughts are showing me a meaningless world. So it's just another way of saying the same thing. Okay, and then the 11th pathway.
I am constantly aware of which of the 7 centers of awareness I am using, and I feel my energy, perceptiveness, love, and inner peace growing as I open all of the centers of awareness.
So all my centers of awareness. Okay, so he's talking about the chakras here, which is another developmental system of consciousness. We've talked about levels of consciousness. The model we've referred to most is David Hawkins's one, but whichever model you use, whether it's that or the chakra system or another developmental model, they're all very similar. It's a growth from a very base survival mode based in fear, through desire, through control and power issues. So that's the first 3 chakras. And then in the heart, you feel courage, and when you say you open your heart to others and to life, you're wholehearted. You're feeling it in your heart center. There's a connection and openness and expansion. So that's really where you start to shift. And as soon as you come into heart center, you're moving into positive consciousness. And then this first chakra is all about expression and extending. Third eye, which is about higher awareness. And then finally, the crown is about pure formless awareness and perfect love, and just merging into that. So this is just another developmental system he's putting in place here, tied to the 7 chakras or centers of awareness, as he calls them. He's saying as we become more aware and we open all of them, then we find our awareness, our perceptiveness, our energy, the love and the inner peace we experience grows, and we have an expanded experience of life. Okay, so any questions about those two, 10th and 11th pathways, which lead nicely into the 12th, which we're going to look at in detail. So someone else read, Elaine, if you can read that in just the first 2 paragraphs, the bolded one and then the one underneath that, please. Okay, Elaine, are you there? You're muted if you're around. I'll to unmute. Okay, don't know what's happened to Elaine. So, Bakang, if you can read.
Is it the first and the second paragraph?
Yeah.
You and every, or must I start with the bold section?
Yeah, that's the first paragraph. Yeah.
Okay. I am perceiving everyone, including myself, as an awakening being who is here to claim his or her birthright to the higher awareness planes of unconditional love and oneness. You and everyone you meet have the capacity to experience clear perception, wisdom, effectiveness, peace, and love. We are equal beings, but unless you have consciously worked toward higher awareness, this hidden splendor within may be smoothed by the addictive games that you keep separated and isolated. It will help us in our journey to higher awareness, as well as being most helpful to others, if we regard everyone, including ourselves, as fellow travelers on the road of awakening.
So what's he saying in this one?
It's saying that an individual must perceive everyone, and an individual must pursue himself and everyone as an awakened being in order to be able to claim, our own birthright, which is having unconditional love and oneness. And then it also further states that from the word go, we are all equal. The only thing that separates us is actually the, addictive games or the perceptions that we actually acquire that makes us, identifies us as separate. But in essence, we are all on a journey to actually higher awareness. So we all, seeking the same goal. It's just that in the process, we have, acquired different perceptions that has made us seem as if we are, separate.
Exactly. The addictive games, I want, whenever we have a goal that's not in alignment with truth, so it's always what the ego wants, a separate self craves something, whether it's more power, money, substances, sex, and so on. That keeps us separated from others. Because then it's my interests versus their interests. I seek to further my interests over their interests. So it's most helpful to see everyone as an awakening being. Everyone's on this road of awakening, on the same journey. That's why in the course we translate brothers as companions. You know, there are companions on the journey. Who's here to claim his or her birthright. So in other words, it's given to us by it's our birthright. It's not something we have to earn. Our beingness is given to us by our source. And it's our function to awaken to that in this world, to the higher awareness planes of unconditional love and oneness. Unconditional love is oneness. Whenever we experience oneness, we're in a state of unconditional love. To do that, we just can't judge anyone as separate. Otherwise, it's not oneness. So that's the most helpful, way of looking at it. Everyone's just on a journey. We're all on this road of awakening, and it's a work in progress. And everyone's doing the best they can on the journey. The journey can be tricky. It can be difficult. It can be seemingly dangerous. You can get lost, and so on. And everyone's on their own journey, somewhere in that journey. They might seem to be completely lost, but nevertheless, they deserve your empathy because they're on the same journey as you. And when you help them on their road, then you help yourself. All right, so let's go on to number 2 then. Begin to realize that everything we do, let's ask Elaine if she's around. Elaine, are you back, or I don't know where Elaine is tonight, not listening, or so Elaine, if you can read that.
Sorry, where am I going from?
We begin to realize.
We begin to realize that everything we do is either a skillful or unskillful attempt to find unconditional love and oneness. When your ego permits you to see the here and now actions of people with perspective, you realize that there is really nothing that anyone can do that you have not either done or wanted to do at some time in your life. We're just not that different from each other. Our egoic, rational minds keep us continually judging other people to make them wrong, projecting our guilt onto them and giving us a false sense of superior identity. Yeah.
Okay, thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, if we get lost in the ego and people triggering us, it's really easy to think that they're wrong, their behavior is wrong, and that I'm better than them because I've been going through a bit of that. But now I'm just thinking it's okay. Everything that's happening to get me to the situation I am right now, which is fine. It's absolutely fine.
And they're just doing the best that they can with what they know.
Yeah.
At that point in their journey, if they could do better, they would. Of course they would. Because everyone's just doing the best they can. No one goes out to do the worst they can. But everyone does the best they can with what they know.
Yeah, but that's a really interesting thing, but it's something a bit personal, so I can't really talk about it on here at the moment. I've been told that someone was directly doing something on purpose to trigger me. So where's my story? That's a bit of a tangled web of a story there. Just interesting that it's come up in the last 24 hours. And
so they were doing it deliberately to trigger you.
Yeah, those
Or
actual
to try and help
words.
you, or to try and hurt?
For my own good, apparently.
Well, that's true, because it ultimately is for your own good.
Yeah, exactly. If I see them as just they're just part of the story playing out in this current life to show me the way and to encourage me to make the changes, well, yeah, that's what they've done.
Yeah. So they played their role perfectly.
Yes.
And there's no need to judge other than that. You can always see it differently if you want to, and go, oh no, they've been unkind or attacking me, or that's a perception that the ego wants to sponsor eagerly. But actually, they've played their part in your awakening journey perfectly.
But I can deal with that I can make peace with that playing the part totally, because we're all playing our part. It's the doing it on purpose and in apparent awareness of that, and actually telling people they're doing that to me. Do you understand what I'm saying?
They're doing it on purpose because they're saying, well, you need a lesson, so I'll give you a lesson. So that's why I'm doing this. Is that
I think the exact words were, yes, I did that to trigger her, but it'll be for her own benefit. Is that not strange?
Well, you could say it's a bit manipulative, or maybe it's spiritual bypassing. So okay, I don't want to look at my own stuff. I only did it to trigger her because I'm so superior and enlightened that I need to give other people a lesson. But actually, really, we should all just be focusing on our own lesson. Okay, so what can I learn from this?
It's
not how can I teach someone else a lesson?
Yes,
what can I?
That's exactly that's the thing. We're all playing our part. Fine, absolutely fine. Now that I'm in this calm place, I'm fine with all that. It's who are you? And of course, this has happened several times. You know bits of it, but this has happened several times now. This person has their focus on showing me my lessons. That's just not right. That doesn't feel right to me. But I am trying to let it go. I just haven't made peace with the what's the word when someone's doing it on purpose?
It's called doing it with intent or malice.
Yeah. Well,
if someone is trying to hurt you with intent, I mean, it's that might just be dressed up as, well, actually, their own egos at large, but they're saying, oh, well, I'm doing it to give you a lesson, to help you. But actually, that's not the case. They're actually doing it because they haven't let go of their own stuff, whatever that may be, and they're projecting it onto you. And then
but at the same time, why am I attracting that?
Well, it's still your lesson. So whatever you think or don't think. Remember, the Holy Spirit's interpretation of all of it is very simple. None of it's true. None of it's true, Lynn. So none of it. It doesn't matter what the person has done or hasn't done, or what their motives might or might not be. It doesn't really matter, does it, if none of it's true?
No, I know, but...
So the analysis, Yeshua says at some point, the analysis of ego motivation is very dangerous, because you start going into it and go, oh, why did that person do that? That's not right. And then, of course, you're sucked in. You go down the rabbit hole into that whole world, and it becomes real to you. And if it's real, then you can't.
That part of it feels real. Yeah, that part of it does feel real, actually.
So that's another thing you have to let go of and go, okay, but it doesn't matter what the person has said or done or hasn't said or done, or what their motives for doing that were. None of it's true.
It's
So I'm
hard
not going to
though.
go into analysis of the ego motivation because none
Yeah.
of it is true. And none of it ever really happened.
Oh
So
God,
why am I going
don't do
into the
that.
story of what never really happened when it never really happened? You see, this is how the Holy Spirit looks at it,
Mm. Yeah, that
which
never
then
really
allows
happened
us just
thing
to go,
is, yeah, no, I can't.
well, it happened in a dream, but the dream isn't real.
Mm.
So nothing in the dream ever really happened. A really good example is a computer game or a movie. Did it really happen? The movie is make-believe, isn't it? It never really happened in reality, did
Yeah.
it?
Mm-hmm.
You watch the movie, it's a story. The movie never really happened. But, yet you can watch the movie and have an experience of it. But the movie clearly didn't happen. You're in a computer game, it never really happened. Like none of it, like once the game is over, none of what was being shown in the game and all the images and whatever else happened in the game really happened. It's gone and it's over. It was a temporary experience arising and then it's over. It's gone. So did it ever really happen? There's no evidence of it, is there?
No, just in my mind.
Yeah. So you hold on to it in your mind or you let it go and just see the illusory nature of it. So, well, it never really happened. And how freeing it is to recognize that it never really happened. Because then you don't have to go down the rabbit hole of trying to work out the person's motivations and why are they doing this, and then, well, I can't let this go, and I can't forgive them because I feel like, well, are they actually trying to do this in some kind of malicious intent to me? The little self still involved in the judgment. Or this is not right because this person's doing it to me, and then I judge it as not right, and of course you get caught up in it. Now it's all real to you, and then it niggles you, and your peace of mind is disturbed, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the outcome of any egoic thoughts and emotion.
Mm-hmm.
So egoic rational minds keep us. Read that last sentence again.
Our egoic, rational minds keep us continually judging other people to make them wrong. That's why I laughed when I read it, because I thought this is so relevant to this thing I've been going through. Projecting our guilt onto them and giving us a false sense of superior identity. And that is absolutely true for this very subject that I've just been talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
see how it plays out, and that's really valuable. And you see the game the ego is playing, but it's playing it on both sides.
Yeah.
When you judge this person to make them wrong, then you do the same thing.
Yeah.
They do it to
Yeah, I
you,
did.
you do it to them. Both of you
Yeah.
feel like the other's wrong. Both of you are projecting your guilt onto the other, which makes you feel superior. Well, I'm the superior one, and this other person is separate from me and somehow inferior. And then, we feel separate from each other. Of course, then the ego is in business because that's all it's trying to do.
Oh, the other one
So
doesn't
you
care
can't
though.
control
The
what
other
the
the
person
other
does,
one's
but you
very
can
happy with
control.
it.
Well, maybe or maybe not. You don't know. Guilt is a funny thing. Very happy with it. Okay, maybe on the surface level, but dig a bit deeper and maybe not. Guilt is insidious. And if you're covering over guilt and going, oh, well, I'm all happy, 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 and I've got no guilt, but actually there's guilt lurking there, then you're not happy. You've repressed it, suppressed it. So, that person will have to learn their lesson, but focus on your lesson. That's all
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
do. It's not really about them and what they do or what they don't do, because you can't control that, but you can control how you perceive it. Again, coming back to today's quote.
Yeah.
How do
That's
you
what's changed. Yeah. That's what's changed it for me. Because
Hmm.
where I was so triggered the previous times to a point of, anger, such massive frustration and anger. And this time I've still got a bit of discomfort, but it's funny rather than upsetting.
Yeah, so
So
that's a lot
that's
of
an
judgment.
improvement.
Oh,
I,
yeah.
I've still got a way to
Now
go,
just
but
drop the whole thing. Just drop it and say, well, it doesn't really matter. Like actually, because none of this is real. The characters in the dream are not real. Lynn's not real. The person's not real. None of it's, none of what they've done or said is really true. It's just part of this crazy dream of separation. So why am I holding on to it? Why can't I just let it all go and be at peace right now? Well, you could if you chose to. You just got to drop your judgment. And it's the hardest thing to do, I know, because your mind, no, 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 but, yes, but, yes, but, they still did it, and I want to know why they did it. And they're going to go, no, 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 because you just, as soon as you do that, you get sucked in. And just let it go and go, I choose peace. Here's a good way around it. I could see this as I am, and I could be inturbulated and a bit disturbed, or I could choose peace instead of this right now.
yeah, I have chosen peace. I'm on the peaceful route now, and it's all changed. It's changed everything for me. Literally, I can't even tell you over the last few days, everything has changed. I've just got to,
That's wonderful.
stay focused and
so just keep choosing peace, saying,
yeah.
no, I don't have to get into the analysis of egoic motivations. Analyzing someone else's motives it's hazardous to your own peace of mind, as Yeshua says, because you start analyzing their motives and you get sucked into the ego story. Well, why did they do? Oh, well, then they really did that. Why did they do that? What you're saying in your mind is they really did that to me. And that's wrong. And you can go down the rabbit hole, and actually the Holy Spirit's just saying to us, don't go there, just recognize that it's all false. So you don't have to analyze what's false. What is false is false is false. And analyzing the false and to the nth degree doesn't make any difference. It's still false. Do you see? That's what it's doing.
I
It
see. I
blanks it
totally
off.
see what you're saying, but the concept of it hasn't happened. I'm not there. To me,
No.
I can see how it's all that stuff is pointless, but it never happened. No, I can't, I'm not there. These are the concepts I'm still up against because
Yeah.
I still feel like there are our life experiences that we're going through, and that's what we're learning from. Never happened. No, I'm not in that
Well,
place
it
now.
never happened in reality. If reality is pure formless awareness of perfect love, that's base reality, then it never happened because that's all that's real. So that's always the reference point that we go back to. Our life experiences here seem to be real within the construct of time and space and the ego, but with reference to pure formless awareness of perfect love, they never really happened because none of it happened, because separation never happened. And we get there in baby steps by reminding ourselves of the truth in these situations, saying, okay, well, I can apply it in this situation by saying, okay, I could get sucked into the story and get upset and judge and get angry, but if it never really happened, then I'm really still just in the state of pure formless awareness of perfect love right now. And that's the correction. That's what the Holy Spirit's asking us to do. That's the whole methodology of forgiveness or letting go. It never really happened because pure formless awareness of perfect love is still there and has not actually been touched one iota by any of the idea of separation. Well, so it might be helpful for you to just think about it as it's happening in a dream, but the dream isn't real. You've had dreams at night, yeah? It happened in the dream.
Yeah.
Did it really happen? You see, that's what we're being asked to consider and ultimately accept. And that's a process. To fully accept this is a process. This is your journey of awakening. Is to accept, that it never happened, and you really get that. Well, you're awakened, you're enlightened. But if you can start considering, okay, well, it's just a dream. It seems to have happened in the dream, but the dream is not real. Just like a dream at night. Now, can you say that the dream really happened? It's not really accurate to say the dream really happened, is it?
Well,
Yeah, okay, I had a dream, but I was dreaming that, and it seemed to happen at the time. But when I woke up, I realized that it didn't really happen. It was just a
dream.
mind-created experience. I was having an experience in my own mind. And then I awakened to another state, the waking state, and then I realized, well, that dream state didn't really happen because it wasn't real. So maybe that's helpful to think of it in that way. Within the dream, it's real. When you're dreaming it, but when you awaken from the dream, it's not. Because you're in a part of the mind and in an experience created by that part of the mind that is ultimately unreal. So just practice reminding, you can practice looking at it with awareness and just remind yourself of that. Even if you don't fully accept it, you affirm it anyway. Okay, this isn't really real. And the more you say it, the more you come to believe it. There may come a point where you go, oh, okay, wow, I get it now. The truth, it drops in.
Yeah,
You
I'll
kind of
try.
fake it, you make it. Okay, well, I'll say it and I'll say it, and then, at some point, the belief will come. But if I never say it, then I'm not practicing it. Then, how am I going to ever get there and awaken to that truth? Do you see, the whole basis of forgiveness is that there is another reality that is completely unaffected by this one. That's
Yeah.
the foundation of it. You can forgive it because it's not ultimately real. It may seem to be real. Of course it does. That's the illusion of it. Very real. But there is an awareness that transcends it, that's completely outside of the dream, that you can go to, and you can access that awareness at any point, because that awareness is eternal. It's always there. At any point in the timeline, I want to look at this from a different perspective. Any point on your timeline, you can choose to go up into your true awareness and go back into that awareness, no matter what seems to happen on the timeline. That is the freedom of choice you have. You may not exercise it, but the choice remains always there. And from the perspective of pure formless awareness, what happens on the timeline is not real, because you're dealing in an illusory construct, linear time, space. The spirit knows that none of that's true or real. The only true reality is what's here right now, the awareness you have right here, right now, which must be pure formless awareness of perfect love. There's no other awareness. Right here, right now, there's no past, is there? Right here, right now, there's no past. That never happened, correct?
It's weird. I come in and out of sometimes I don't have resistance to this, but at the moment I've got massive resistance to it. I can't, I'm not feeling it. I'm not I've heard we've talked about this dozens and dozens and dozens of times, going through these teachings and these learnings, and sometimes it all makes absolute sense to me, and I totally feel connected to it. Tonight I'm just not, so I'll just leave me with it because I don't know why, but it's
Well, I'll tell you why. Because the ego is resisting. Because if you do get this, then and you really forgive this person, then you drop a huge part of your own ego, and it's holding on for dear life, because it keeps it keeps the perception of Lynn still in place. If you hold on to a bit of judgment, you see.
Yeah.
Because the ego is actually terrified of Lynn not existing. So if you come into this awareness of right here, right now, the past is over and there's no past, and none of it ever really happened, and there's no future either. There's just pure awareness right now. That's Lynn gone, if you really get that. And so then Lynn fights back and says, no, 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 we're a lot happier, but we're not quite willing to go the whole way because we still want some self identity, some separate identity to continue on. And judgment is required in order to maintain that. So if you just judge him a little bit, just judge the person a little bit, then the ego says, well, that's, you're better, but and yes, just say no,
Not
go the whole way
there.
here. Not quite there, just go the whole way. Just let it all go.
Okay.
You know, you're willing to say, okay, I'm willing to go the whole way this time and let it all go and completely trust, maybe in a way that I haven't ever done, and see what happens. Okay, if I do let go of all my judgment and I just let myself free fall into pure formless awareness of perfect love, what will happen? Okay, I'm open to that experience. Show me. And if you really do manage to let go with the help of the Holy Spirit, you might just go into a revelatory experience. You just don't know. So
okay, thanks.
It's an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, I can see that now.
See it as that, and it's a great gift. This person has given you an opportunity to really work with your ego and let it go and come into much higher understanding of who you are. Whether they intended that beneficently or not doesn't really matter, does it? Because
it is what it is. Yeah, it just is.
Yeah, that's the net effect of it. Is that it's actually all happening for you, for your awakening from the dream. And so whether they intended that, benevolently and they really wanted to help you, or they're actually being malicious and they're just covering it over and pretending that they're being benevolent, but they were malicious. Does it really matter in the end? Because how you perceive it is what matters. How you take it is what matters. That's what matters. And their experience is their experience. Whatever their intent was, they have to deal with that. If they were malicious, they have to deal with the guilt, and they have their own process to do that. That's not your lesson to learn.
Yeah, it's irrelevant to me, isn't it?
It's irrelevant. Yeah. So then don't make it your business. Just keep to your business, which is your own awakening. And maybe that's easier too. And then you just go, okay, let me focus on what's my business, which is my own life, my own perception. How I perceive this is my business. What the other person does with their experience, their side of this experience, and how they perceive it is their business.
Yeah, I feel better now already.
Yeah. And then, that's another way of letting it go. Ultimately, you're saying it's not really real, but maybe that's a more helpful way of doing it.
Yeah.
So stick to your own business, which is your own perception of the situation, and don't get involved in trying to interpret their
stuff.
It's a pesky why. Well, why did they do that? What's their motivation? Wow, now you're starting to get, the analysis of ego motivation is very tricky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now you're going to go
to be fair, it's not the why. It's like, no, it can't be. Let's not talk about it. No, leave it there. Thank you. Yeah, I do. It's coming clearer. Well, it's easing off. It's going. I can feel it fading.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. Your business is your business. And it's actually been very helpful for you. And now we're discussing it. And it's like, okay, so you're going to work with this and you're going to release it to free you. And so the net effect is, it's very helpful. It's helping you on your awakening journey. And so that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Whether the person's intent was that or not, doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay.
They might have intended maliciously or not, but how you perceive it is what matters. Do you see how powerful this is? I mean, it doesn't matter what the person intends. They could be maliciously trying to harm you, but you could go, well, thank you for the lesson. It's great. I just accept it as another lesson in my awakening, and I use it as such.
Yeah.
And there's John joining us for the text. Okay, let's just finish this. We've got 2 paragraphs to go. So, Bakang, if you can read the next one, you realize that in place of the term. Hi, John. We're just busy with the
Hi, John.
Hi, John.
pathway, finishing that off.
Hi, John.
Going to the text. So your timing is good as usual. Yeah, so Bakang, if you can read that paragraph, you realize that in place of the judgmental terms,
You realize that in place of the judgmental terms, such as good and bad, that we use to separate ourselves in our awareness from each other, the simplest and most helpful ethical standard is to perceive everything in terms of degrees of separation and oneness. When you perceive how it all really is, when you see everything that happens in your life as a moment by moment acting out of the great drama of your addictions, you will realize how you constantly smother the potential that you have within you. High awareness means that you experience of all of the people and things in the world around you. This permits you to accept emotion is here and now in your life. Higher awareness is a mystical, metaphysical, far out state. It is a simple, beautiful, and highly effective state of mind that is your birthright as a human being.
yeah, lovely. So what's he saying here in summary?
It says that I think first we tend to perceive, things in opposites. And we also use, ourselves as individual to separate a form of awareness amongst each other. And by that, we tend to perceive the world as separate instead of being one. But if we were to acknowledge that, that act of separateness is just manifesting the addictions that we have, that we need to deal with. Because higher awareness, it's more about oneness, and it's all about, pure awareness that we're not separate and we are one.
Yeah, what he's saying here, I mean, we began the session with looking at the final lesson, didn't we? So let's just go back to that. This, it's not a mystical, magical, far out state. If we read this, this is very practical, isn't it? The remembrance of perfect love will give me the words. Let's actually ask John to read that. John, will you read that paragraph for us, please? Remembrance of perfect love will give me the words. Okay, John's not there. John, are you there?
I am here, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
The remembrance of perfect love will give me the words I need to help me. It will also give me a thought whenever I need one. And if I need only stillness and a tranquil open mind, these are the gifts I will receive from it. It is in charge by my request, and it will hear and answer me because it speaks for pure formless awareness of perfect love, my source, and its innocent extension.
So this is not mystical, weird, far out It's actually very practical, as he's saying here. It's not a mystical, metaphysical, far-out state. It's a simple, beautiful, and highly effective state of mind that is my birthright as a human being. So you can go into samadhi, you can, but actually these teachings are designed to help us to be in the world and function very effectively, simply, beautifully, fluently, in a flowing way that's leads to our peace and joy and happiness. And that's very attainable. We don't have to sit in samadhi all the time, because that's not a realistic state for 99.99% of people to living in a sort of normal life in, say, the Western world, even in the East these days. You know, we have lives, we've got responsibilities. It's not that practical. This is very practical. Yeah, okay, I can apply this letting go methodology to live in this flow state. That's what he's describing. Guided by my higher awareness, a flowing harmony, all of the people and things in the world around me. And this is what, you know, being miracle-minded means. This is living in the domain of the miraculous. So interesting. It's another teaching. It comes from another guy called Ken Kai's, but very, very similar, you know, much in alignment with the Course. And the final outcome of it, this 12th pathway, is pretty much the same as the final lesson. So you start to see how, you know, the truth from these different paths of it dovetails, really telling us the same thing. Okay, so that's the 12 pathways. Maybe let's just go back to there, and let's read. We'll just do a quick summary, given that it's the finish of all pathways. So from number 1, let's each of you read 3 of them. So just so you get the overall picture and you see how these all connect and interlock. This is actually another system of transformation. If you use these 12 pathways, it would take you on a pathway back to love. So freeing myself, who wants to do that one, the first 3 of those?
I can. Do you mind just
Okay.
making it a little bit bigger, please, Jono? Sorry. I can read it, but it's strained.
A wee bit bigger. There we go. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you. I am freeing myself from security, sensation, and power addictions that make me try to forcefully control situations in my life and so destroy my serenity and keep me from loving myself and others. I am discovering how my consciousness dominating addictions create my illusory version of the changing world of people and situations around me. I welcome the opportunity, even if painful, that my moment-by-moment experience offers me to become aware of the addictions I must reprogram to be liberated from my robot-like emotional patterns.
Okay. So what's he saying there? In summary.
I'm seeing all the habits, the egoic habits that I have and I play out over and over again. See them so that I can basically stop.
Yeah. Just become aware of them. Awareness is the key. As soon as I'm aware of them and that they are addictions and they don't serve me, begin to let them go.
Yeah.
So, and
It's
it
recognizing
starts
them,
off,
isn't it?
foundation is, let's look at your addictions or your attachments. That's where the spiritual journey starts, because you can't go into higher awareness and holy relationships and being here now until you've done that. And in most of the developmental systems, they work on the ground level. So in the yogic tradition, they talk about the yamas and the niyamas. So you've got to clean yourself of your addictions, food, alcohol, drugs, cigarettes, and whatever else, sex, another one. Free yourself from all of those as kind of the start in order to go higher into these higher states of awareness. So they all have it. This is really a nice restatement of a lot of these principles. A lot of this would have come out of the Eastern teachings. This guy would have been familiar with, like Buddhism and Advaita and others, and then adapted it into a language that is suitable and helpful for Westerners. And this happened in the 60s and 70s, which is when a lot of the Eastern stuff really came into consciousness. And then it was like, how do we reinterpret this for a Western audience, and the whole mindfulness movement and so on. So he's using words like addictions and biocomputer rather than more Eastern language like attachments and mind and so on. But it's the same stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
And actually there's no doubt this was inspired. I mean, these are beautifully stated, explained. This guy was obviously tapping in and downloading from the Holy Spirit to bring this in to the world in such a clear, 12 pathways, and they do kind of interlock. There's three that would lead you into the next three and so on. So it becomes a developmental system as well. I've often thought of incorporating more into our program, but then it's already so full on. It's already so much in it. Like, just another thing you've got to do. So it might need to be I think it's going to need to be a separate program, which I'll do under Life Pool and say, okay, so this is more like general mainstream. Although it's actually really powerful stuff, it doesn't necessarily talk about the metaphysics and so on as much. The world's an illusion as much as, okay, these ideas, are where it starts. It can be very helpful to have teachings like this, like the way I explained it. So it's not real. You couldn't get that, but then I said, but just look at it as though this is your business and it's the other person's business.
Yeah.
And that's all that. And then you're like, okay, I can accept that. You see, so it's just giving it at whatever level people are ready to accept the truth.
Yeah.
All right. So then the next three, being here now, they titled. So it's all about coming into the present moment. So John, if you can read those three, please.
I always remember that I have everything I need to enjoy my here and now, unless I am letting my consciousness be dominated by demands and expectations based on the dead past or the imagined future. I take full responsibility here and now for everything I experience, for it is my own programming that creates my actions and also influences the reactions of people around me. I accept myself completely here and now and consciously experience everything I feel, think, say, and do, including my emotion-backed addictions, as a necessary part of my growth into higher awareness.
Okay, summary of those three.
He's encouraging us to be here now by taking responsibility for all our thoughts and actions, including our addictions, and seeing them as a part of our growth, our spiritual growth.
Yeah, this fifth one is key. This really speaks to the daily quote today. Viktor Frankl's quote about the only freedom we have is how we perceive things, how we choose to respond. This is the same point. I take full responsibility here and now for everything I experience, for it's my own programming, creates my actions and also influences the reactions of people around me. So I'm taking the responsibility for my own perceptions. And that's the only responsibility we can take. Sole responsibility of the miracle worker, says Yeshua, is to accept the at-one-ment for himself or herself. So this is the responsibility we must take in order to awaken. Okay. The next one, this is about interacting with others, so relationships, others. Let's ask Bakang to read this.
I open myself genuinely to all people by being willing to fully communicate my deepest feelings, since hiding in any degree keeps me stuck in my illusion of separateness from other people. I feel with loving empathy the problem of others without getting caught up emotionally in their predicaments that are offering them messages they need for their growth. I act freely when I'm tuned in, centered, and loving, but if possible, I avoid acting when I'm upset and depriving myself of the wisdom that flows from love and expanded awareness.
Okay.
I think in summary, it talks about how we, should interact with others. It's important that, we communicate in honesty in terms of how we feel, or be honest in our awareness of our thoughts towards others. Otherwise, if we're not objective about it, we will perpetuate the thought of separateness from them. And we should also practice, I can say, be compassionate without, feeling or getting too attached to other people's emotions and predicaments, because they too have got their own journey, or they too, they are on their own path to growth. And we must also, act freely and allow ourselves to be tuned in such that we can start experiencing love and awareness.
Yeah, so empathy, not sympathy. You see if they're in a problem and you have empathy, but you don't join them and go, oh, poor you, shame, because that just makes their problem real. So you try and raise them up out of it. And then if you remember the way that you use pathways 7 and 9 is key. So I open myself genuinely to all people by being willing to fully communicate my deepest feelings, since hiding in any degree keeps me stuck in my illusion of separateness from other people. So I communicate honestly and openly. But the caveat is, if I'm not centered and loving, if I'm upset, then I avoid acting. So I can give myself, in other words, a little time out and say, okay, I'm not going to be fully open and transparent because I'm upset and I'm likely to say something that's, not correct and it could hurt me and others. So let me give myself some time to come back into my right mind, and then I will share my deepest feelings. So it's a great help in relationships, especially, things get tense and emotions are running high. You can apply pathway 9, give yourself time to get into the right state of mind so that you can apply pathway 7 with wisdom. And this is what it means to, be skillful in your relationships. to be able to use pathways 7 and 9, as well as 8, in all of your interactions, and do it with wisdom and skill. Okay, and then just any questions on any of those? I'm going to go to number 10, 11, and 12. Discovering my higher awareness. So I think Elaine is here, but she's not really participating tonight. So Elaine, if you want to read, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I'll ask Lynn. I think it's your turn again. Read. Oh, is Elaine back?
Oh, yeah, I can read.
Okay.
Discovering my high awareness. I am continually calming the restless scanning of my rational mind in order to perceive the finer energies that enable me to enliven intuitively, unitively merge with everything around me. I am constantly aware of which of the 7 centers of consciousness I am using and feel my energy, perceptiveness, love, and inner peace growing as I open all the centers of consciousness.
Hello, Paul.
I am perceiving.
How are you?
Oh, sorry. Dave.
Good.
Oh, sorry. Can somebody else take it over?
All right. No problem. So number 12, Lynn, if you can read that.
I am perceiving everyone, including myself, as an awakening being who is here to claim his or her birthright to the higher awareness planes of unconditional love and oneness.
So yeah, thoughts on those last 3 pathways?
Be aware, catch ourselves when we're doing the crazy thinking, and go back to our center and spirit, and remember that we're all love, we're all equal.
We're all on this path of awakening. Everyone's an awakening being who is learning their lessons just as you are. And so, how can you really judge anyone? Because everyone's just doing the best they can where they are in that awakening process. So with this, 12th pathway, you can't really judge anyone. Because it's just like, well, they're just in their process of awakening, even if they seem to be very egoic, and that's just where they are. Maybe the ego's got a hold, dominating their mind, but that's just where they are. And the ego, as we know, we've all been caught up in it. It's very, very seemingly powerful and dominant, and so it's very easy to get caught up in it. They're just not in their right mind. They're actually insane if they're believing in the ego. So that that awakening from that insanity is what we're all here to do. Seeing people as if they're in the ego, they're just mentally ill, and they need awakening. They need the healing of the Holy Spirit to help them out of that mental illness is much more helpful than condemning them and judging them. That's what he's saying here, isn't he?
Yeah.
And then you can just, it's all okay. It's perfect in its imperfection. As insane as it might seem to be on the level of form, if I understand that the ego is insane and is what's triggering them to do this, then it makes sense. I understand why they're behaving that way, because the ego is insane. What else can you expect from an insane entity but insane behavior? If they believe in it, then yes, they will act insanely, but that's not who they really are. They are actually awakening beings, and they're just in a phase where the ego seems to be dominant. My only job is to try and help them to wake up. And I can only do that with love. I can't do that with hatred. as Martin Luther King Jr. said, the only way to drive out the darkness is with light. Darkness
Yes.
cannot drive darkness.
Mm-hmm.
John, I shared that story about the guy, the concentration camp commander in Auschwitz, that he had an awakening because the Poles who put him in prison after being abused by the British actually treated him with some respect.
Yeah.
And so they showed some light, and that is what awakened him from his own darkness, because he saw that there was another more loving, kind way of being. And then he said, I deeply regret what I've done, because I can see the error of my ways now from this perspective that they've helped me experience. Yeah. So even if someone has done these egregious things, I mean, Nazi concentration camp commander doesn't get worse, really, in terms on the level of form. Okay. You really picked, a pretty dark role there.
Yeah, he actually took responsibility of 3 million deaths.
Yeah, wow. That's a pretty hectic. I didn't just kill one person or two people. I killed 3 million. It's like, oh my. And yet, it's teaching unconditional love says, well, that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because there is no sin. The moment he awoke from that and said, I deeply regret it, was the moment he was saved. Okay, you're all right, because it's only your own sense of sin and guilt and self-condemnation that's the problem. God has no condemnation of any of it, because God is not aware of any of the insanity. It's a very hard thing for people to get their heads around, isn't it? I remember once sent out a quote, which goes something like, if you can't forgive Hitler, then you can't forgive it all. And that evening I went to my squash club, and there was this Jewish guy. He came up to me and said, no, he's on my mailing list, so he got it. He said, no, John, normally I really like your stuff, but he says, don't send me stuff like that. And I said, oh, okay. So you obviously understand you're Jewish. And I said, but can you see the point I'm making? That you have to, yeah, I can see the point, but don't send me stuff like that. I don't want to know. Because the Jewish conditioning was so strong that he couldn't get over that and go, okay, let me just lay aside all of that conditioning about, the history of my people and the Holocaust, which is, deeply in the psyche of that particular, segment of people who define themselves as Jews, and see that, there's a universal truth being expressed there. If you can't forgive Hitler, who's the worst possible human being, pretty much some of the worst stuff imaginable was perpetrated by him and all his henchmen, then you can't forgive it all, because you make the illusion real then. And then there is a sin that is unforgivable. And then, of course, you're stuck in the illusion, aren't you? And this whole teaching is saying, no, none of it is true. It doesn't matter how apparently evil it seems to be. None of it's true, because it's all just a dream. And the resurrection, as we saw, yesterday in the text, the resurrection is the demonstration that light overcomes all darkness. That even, I mean, again, that the crucifixion is an extreme example of it. This darkness, evil, trying to, to kill this really amazingly loving, kind, peaceful, gentle soul who's just healed many people. Well, the resurrection says, okay, none of that whole thought system is false. It's not true. So we went into it yesterday. Crucifixion did not establish the atonement, the resurrection did. Many sincere Christians have misunderstood this. In fact, let's just read that We'll read the first paragraph. So anyone who'd like to do that, read it in the alternative.
I can do that. A further point must be perfectly clear before any residual fear still associated with corrections can disappear. The crucifixion did not establish the atonement. The resurrection did. Many sincere Christians have misunderstood this. No one who is free of the belief in scarcity could possibly make this mistake. If the crucifixion is seen from an upside-down point of view, it does appear as if pure formless awareness of perfect love permitted and even encouraged one of its extensions to suffer because he was good. This particularly unfortunate interpretation, which arose out of projection, has led many people to be bitterly afraid of God. Such anti-religious concepts enter into many religions, yet the real Christian should pause and ask, how could this be? Is it likely that pure formless awareness of perfect love itself would be capable of the kind of thinking which its own words have clearly stated it is unworthy of its extension?
So they're saying, the crucifixion is not what you should focus on. Many Christians make that mistake. They focus on the crucifixion and all the pain and the suffering, and Jesus died for our sins. And they miss the point, because the whole point was the resurrection. That just transcends the crucifixion, says that entire thought system that led to the crucifixion is wrong and it's false and it can be overcome. The resurrection demonstrated that. Well, why not focus on that and be very happy and joyful and focus on the crucifixion and all the darkness and the sin? Well, we know the reason. Only the ego wants you to focus on this amazing symbol. The resurrection is one of the most powerful symbols in human history of the overcoming of darkness by the light, yet it's misinterpreted. And many sincere Christians have made this mistake, as he's saying. Which is where Christianity, traditional Christianity, went wrong, and he's now setting the record straight and saying, actually, the focus is incorrect. And the error was made a long time ago. At the beginning, when the disciples started teaching, they didn't fully understand this. They had their own guilt to deal with, and so they focused too much on the crucifixion, and then the sin and the guilt, which is a hangover from the Judaic tradition, came in, and that all found its way into traditional Christianity, which people say, well, that's the truth, but actually there was a distortion that happened from the beginning. And now with the Course, he's setting the record straight, coming from the Master's mouth himself via Helen. He's telling us exactly what he did think and believe and what the correct interpretation of these things is, which is very helpful. Okay, so any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Otherwise, let's go into today's text reading, which is number 2 of section 2 of chapter 3. And that is okay, so this one is entitled Miracles as True Perception. Or corrections as true. Start with number 1. Nothing much to translate there, so I'll just go into the alternative. Light and darkness will become pure formless awareness and limited awareness. That's the only translation. So someone else read, maybe Bakang, if you can read that.
Yeshua has stated that the basic concepts referred to in this course are not matters of degree. Certain fundamental concepts cannot be understood in terms of opposites. It is impossible to conceive of pure formless awareness of perfect love and limited awareness, or everything and nothing as joint possibilities. They are all true or all false. It is essential that I realize my thinking will be erratic until a firm commitment to one or the other is made. However, a firm commitment to limited awareness or nothingness is impossible. No one has ever lived who has not had some awareness of truth and something real. Therefore, no one is able to deny truth totally. If you can please go up, Jono. Hi, Jono.
Yeah.
Oh, if you can please scroll up. Thank you. No one has ever lived who has not had some awareness of truth and something real. Therefore, no one is able to deny truth totally, even if they think they can.
Okay, what's he saying here?
Firstly, it's saying that I think truth is the truth, and there is no opposite to the truth. And it will be quite a challenge to actually try and look or understand truth from the world of opposites. There is only one truth, and that's it. And then, but again, we have the choice to either follow the truth or that which is not the truth. But the two can be seen as two possibilities. And lastly, to actually highlight the fact that, truth is truth. It's impossible to actually, only or live in a world that only highlights what is not truth. Because at some point, all in our lives, we've had experiences or encounters that make us realize or feel, that there is truth or perfect love that exists out there.
As demonstrated quite nicely in that story John told about the camp commander. So apparently he's totally in denial of truth. He's managed to suppress that and somehow justify all these heinous things that he's been responsible for. And yet truth is still there. And, he, in the end, he came to an awareness of that. So no matter how lost someone seems to be, they can't deny the truth totally. Even someone like Hitler, there would have been some truth in his life. Apparently he was vegetarian. He liked animals. And, he was quite loving to his wife, Eva Braun. So there's still some, you know what I mean? There's some truth there. There's some light. On another level, the man's totally insane, but no one has had absolutely no awareness of truth. It's always there. So we can't, ever be completely lost. That's what he's saying. Even if they think they can't. So someone like Hitler and these, the Nazis were classic. They just really, did their utmost to deny the truth totally, but you can't. So, even within that very dark thought system, the truth came in, the truth arose, and eventually the truth corrected the entire dark regime. It needed a world war to sort it out, but eventually the correction came. Because that, the darkness cannot sustain. It's fundamentally untrue. So none of the regimes of the world, like that one, they're based on darkness. None of them last because they're based on untruth, and they inevitably fall because only the truth works. And throughout history, human history, the truth has always reasserted itself. even though there have been many dark periods. In the end, the truth comes to light again and is revealed and shown, and the correction is made. If you look at history, that's always been the case. So that should give us a lot of hope. We seem to be going through, a lot of darkness, but in these times, but it's never been anything other than that. In fact, I'd say the world is more awakened and enlightened than ever. So we're very lucky to be living in this time where there is such an awakening going on, and this kind of material that we're studying here is available to us, and we can study it freely. No one's persecuting us for doing it, and able to use the information technology like Zoom and emails and text messages and so on to do it. All right, so happy with number 1. Let's go to number 2 then. So John, I think if you can read that one. Everyone else, Elaine and Lynn, have left us. So it's just the 2 of you. Just read it in the alternative, I think, because there isn't really much to translate in the...
Okay. Innocence is not a partial attribute. It is not real until it is total. The partly innocent are likely to be quite foolish at times. It is not until their innocence becomes a viewpoint with universal application that it becomes wisdom. Innocent or true perception means that I never misperceive and always perceive truly. More simply, it means that I never perceive what does not exist and always perceive what does.
Okay, thoughts on that?
Well, it is explaining this concept of total commitment to spirit, to innocence, to perfect love. It's not. I think what this means is that we can have moments when we are experiencing innocence, but they're probably much fewer in between, and those moments are probably fewer and further between the more we are to the illusion. But he is saying that ultimately innocence is a total commitment.
Yeah, I'm innocent or I'm not. Like, I'm pregnant or I'm not. There's no like, oh, you half that. No, it's you that or you're not. This is really the distinguishing feature of this non-dual teaching contained in the course, that it's this or that. It's light or dark. It's innocence or it's guilt. But you can't be both at the same time. And, when you start to understand this, you go, well, that's completely logical. And how could I have believed any other way? Of course, innocence and guilt can't coexist. They're opposites. Love and hatred, love and fear, they're opposites. How could I expect them to coexist? But we kind of did before someone points this out in this clear way, like Yeshua's doing. You do somehow try and fudge it and somehow reconcile these total opposites. And live with both of them in your mind as guidance systems. Well, that's not going to work because they contradict each other. How can you love someone and hate them at the same time? Love says you're going to try and help them and benefit them and be kind to them. Hatred says you're going to attack them and in fact try and destroy them, kill them. Well, how can both of those be true at the same time? They completely contradict each other. And so you can see it demonstrated, in an example like I just gave you in terms of human behavior. Someone who's motivated by love, someone who's motivated by hatred, they'll have very, very, very different energy about them, very different behavior, take, I mean, a good example, we just talked about Hitler. Take Hitler and Yeshua, you know, extremes at opposite ends of the scale. Yeshua dedicates his life to love and peace and, you know, spreading that and extending that in miracles and healing. And Hitler dedicates his life to pursuing ego goals like power and control and to killing as many people as he seemingly can, unleashing mass destruction and world wars and so on. Just like total opposites. How can you reconcile those? Surely, you know, you can see that they're different, completely opposite thought systems that those two different people were motivated by. And they just could never agree. Yeshua would not have agreed with Hitler. In fact, he calls it, you know, just appalling errors. I think he calls it appalling errors at some point in the course. Because it's just, you know, horrific errors that cause so much pain and suffering, albeit in a dream, but you know, people experience it as seemingly real. So it's innocence or nothing, innocence or guilt. Those are the choices. Well, if that's the case, is it so hard to make the choice for innocence and just let go of the guilt? And he's trying to get us to make that choice. Okay. An innocent or true perception means that I never misperceive and always perceive truly. So the innocence, you know, inspires me to perceive truly, or simply it means that I never perceive what does not exist and always perceive what does. So I never misperceive. I don't focus on illusions. I always perceive what does, which is the underlying truth in every situation. That pure formless oneness of perfect love is still true. It's still there. It's still real, and it's in my mind, and it's in the other people's minds too. Then we are not misperceiving. All right, so happy to move on to number 3.
When I lack confidence in what someone will do, I'm attesting to my belief in separation, that they are not in their right mind. This is hardly a correction-minded frame of reference. It also has the disastrous effect of denying the power of the correction. The correction enables me to perceive everything as it is in truth. If nothing but the truth exists, right-minded perception can only perceive perfection. Only what perfect love extends, or what I extend with the same awareness, has any real existence. Therefore, this is all the innocent or right-minded can see, or right-minded can perceive. They do not suffer from distorted perception.
Yeah. So the miracle, remember, is the correction. That's the major translation. God becomes perfect love. So the corrections are the miracles that enable me to perceive correctly. That's why they're corrections. And to correct my distorted perception. So what else is he saying in this one, in summary?
He's saying that if we start looking at other people in separation, like for example, the lack of confidence, it simply confirms, our belief that we are separate. And that belief or that thinking will hardly take us back to or correct us in believing in one awareness or perfect love.
Hmm.
And it further states,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, carry on.
And then it further states that, the corrections or the miracle, those are actually, part of the truth, or a way to actually go towards the truth.
Yeah, the corrections are the only way. If you believe in falsity, you must correct it in order to again know the truth. So when you translate, does it help when we translate miracles as corrections?
Yes,
So it
I
says the
think it
miracle
does.
perceives everything as it is. I think a lot of people struggle with that because like, well, okay, what does he actually mean? The miracle perceives everything as it is. Okay, well, corrections perceive everything. Corrections enable me to perceive everything as it is in truth. That's why they're corrections. So I think it makes it much less mystical and far out. And so, yeah, okay, these are just corrections in my own mind. If I'm believing in the ego's story and I've got fear and any negative emotion going on, then the correction enables me to correct that and perceive everything as it is in truth. And to perceive only the perfection that's really there. So we say, well, it's actually perfect in its imperfection. Although it seems to be imperfect on the level of form, it's really perfect because the truth is still there, and the truth is being revealed to me through this seemingly imperfect situation so that I can learn it. So it's perfect in its imperfection. That makes sense.
Yes.
Because the corrections are always there to restore your mind to the perfection, to perceiving the perfection rather than focusing on the imperfection. And so you don't suffer from distorted perception. You only perceive truly. You see the truth that underlies all illusions. This is all the right-minded, the innocent or right-minded can see. So very simple, but very profound. The corrections are where the transformation happens. This is how we awaken through making these moment by moment.
This is the sentence and paragraph I kind of have a question about, John.
Okay, yeah, fire away.
In terms of where does discernment come in? Just to give an example, I think it's a really good example, actually, because I started to talk about it last week, but we are doing our wills, and our accountant suggested this fella who's apparently a solicitor, and and Sue did a little bit of a search on him and found that he'd been struck off for stealing client money in the last 5 years, and we said that we didn't want to use him, and our account, well, we said that to our accountant, and our accountant passed our email on to him, and he emailed me yesterday saying various things and trying to kind of appealing for a second chance, really. And first time I read it, I thought, yeah, okay, the guy deserves everybody deserves a second chance. And then actually I came back to read the email a bit later, and it really wasn't taking responsibility for what he'd done. He was blaming the fella that he was working for. And it wasn't actually, it just didn't resonate. He was taking charge of what he'd been convicted of. And I thought,
yeah, no genuine remorse and saying, okay, I really
no,
deeply regret this, and I've corrected my thinking that this was not correct, and I'm really deeply sorry, and I've turned over a new leaf, because that's what you want. Then it's person's transformed from that experience, and they won't do the same thing again. But if they haven't really accepted that, and they just kind of glossing over it and trying to defend the position, and he's trying to get work, and then there's it's inauthentic, isn't it?
It is. And
if he said, look, I'm really deeply sorry for that, it's the the biggest mistake of my life, and I reflected on it deeply, and I'm really sorry, and I'm very grateful that I'm still able to practice, and I'd really appreciate if you give me a second chance, but I understand if you don't, that's okay. Maybe then that sort of tone would have resonated more. I don't know what tone he took, but obviously not that one.
Well, it was a tone of I kind of regret what happened, but alongside it didn't move me in that way, because he was still blaming the guy he worked for. And I thought,
so your job then is to see the innocence beyond it. He's whatever he's done, whatever he's doing now, and he's thinking, he's probably still got some guilt about it, and he's defending his position, his ego position. Underneath that, he's still innocent.
Yes, he is.
None of these mistakes mean anything. So he's still, the innocent Christ or true self, and his illusions about himself don't really matter. So if you can correct your own mind in that way and say, okay, well, I really feel that, and I accept that, I connect with it, I feel it more than just on the surface level of my mind. Then from that state of mind, you say, okay, well, what should I do now?
Yeah.
Show me. Because then I'm in my right mind. Should we use this guy's services or not?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, the Holy Spirit in that state will give you the guidance accordingly. And it may be, no, don't use his services, because maybe on the level of form, he hasn't really accepted the error, and this might lead you to something similar, and then you'll get that guidance. But it doesn't mean you haven't corrected on the level, done the correction by seeing him as innocent, you see.
Yeah.
So I think we've got to separate behavior from a shift in mind. On the mental, emotional level, we can always see the other person as innocent. Okay, I see you as totally innocent. If I really see that, perceive that, then my feeling changes towards you, inevitably. And then on the level of form, I might be inspired to make a different kind of choice, a different decision. But that choice may or may not be to use the person.
Yeah.
To look at.
I think that's a good qualification, actually.
Yeah. Integral model. So your shift, remember, the course is primarily talking about the shift on the interior level. He's talking about this individual interior domain in the integral model. What's happening in your thoughts and your emotions? That's where 95% of the course is focused. And then he'll say, okay, well, the miracle can happen externally, and that, but the primary, miracle or correction is internal.
Yeah.
So if you do that, and then you in that state you ask for guidance. Okay, well, what should I do on the level of form? Should we use the guy or shouldn't we? That's the binary decision. It's one or the other. But you've done the internal correction, then you're following guidance, and the decision will be inspired.
Yeah.
But if you haven't fully done it, then you still maybe have got your own ego involved, and then you're not clear. Okay, well, should I or shouldn't I? I'm not sure because I'm still vacillating between the two thought systems in your own mind.
Mm.
As he says, innocence is not a partial attribute. You see him as innocent and yourself as innocent, or you see both of you as guilty.
Yeah. That's a good qualification, John.
Yeah. So you do the correction internally and then see what happens. See what you feel inspired to do about the level of form.
Yeah.
Okay. Happy with that?
Yeah.
All good on number 3. Let's move on to 4 then.
I think it's me.
Yeah, just read this. This is a bit of translation, so do it in the original and the alternative.
You are afraid of God's will because you have used your own mind, which he created in the likeness of his own, to miscreate. I am afraid of pure formless awareness of perfect love because I have used my own mind, which it extends in the likeness of its own, to miscreate. The mind can miscreate only when it believes it is not free. The mind can miscreate only when it believes it is not free. An imprisoned mind is not free because it is possessed or held back by itself. An imprisoned mind is not free because it is possessed or held back by itself. It is therefore limited, and the will is not free to assert itself. It is therefore limited, and pure formless awareness is not free to be the all-encompassing awareness of the mind. To be one is to be of one mind or will. To be one is to be of one mind or awareness. When the will of the sonship and the Father are one, their perfect accord is in heaven. When the awareness of the extension and the source are one, their perfect unity is the state of pure formless awareness. It's got this interesting use of the word freedom in here. Number 2, the mind can miscreate only when it believes it is not free. So if we believe we are imprisoned, we will miscreate.
Yeah.
And yes.
So held back by itself. Yeah, so it's our own false beliefs that hold us back, nothing else. So we block out, we limit pure formless awareness and its ability to be the all-encompassing awareness of the mind. Blocks to the awareness of love's presence. So we talked about free will. What does that really mean? In the ego terms, free will means the ability to make your own choices. I'll decide. Me as a separate self will decide. And the ego says that's freedom. This says no, that's actually imprisonment, because you've defined yourself as a separate self, and you're now making choices within that separate self construct that are actually imprisoning. Whatever choice you make, it's very limiting still within the limited construct of the ego. So true free will is when you surrender to the infinite, limitless awareness of pure formless awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love. Then your mind is truly free. Then your will is free when you're in that awareness, because there's no limitation then in your awareness. So when you surrender to God, a lot of people misperceive that as, oh, well, then I don't have my own free will. That's the only place where your will can be free, where your mind can be free, because you're in infinite, eternal awareness, which is free of any limitation. Does that make sense? So again, the concepts, the idea of free will is upside down when interpreted by the ego. It needs to be reinterpreted. Okay. Any other thoughts on number 4? John, you okay with that?
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Okay.
I think also because sometimes, especially what I've noticed, I tend to second guess myself when there's a need to act. Like, for example, if I need to reach out to someone, just to find out how they're doing, I'll have these egoic thoughts to say, don't do it, can I be scared or be afraid to actually reach out and check how others are doing. But now I'm starting to realize that if ever I was to, find out, how is my perception? Am I doing that out of perfect love? And if the answer is yes, then I don't need to be afraid because I'll be creating out of perfect love. But if I go back and say, I can't do this, I'm scared, or what will they think about me? I'll be acting out of misperception. And in that way, I might miscreate. So as long as I'm acting out of perfect love, I don't need to be afraid because I'll be coming from a place of truth.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You can never be afraid if you're in the truth. No matter what seems to happen, you can always let it go and go into the truth of your own true awareness, the light, which is pure formless awareness, perfect love, and interpret the situation accordingly. And that's your free will. When you make the choice to let go and to go into spirit, you exercise your true free will, and your mind or your will is becoming freer. Choosing the ego, and the ego tells you that's free will, but actually you're imprisoning your will, becoming more and more limited by your own choice. When you understand that it's your own choice to limit yourself, why would you do that? That's clearly insane.
Yes.
I'm choosing to limit myself and enslave myself. Well, just stop doing that. That's what Yesh is saying to us. Easier said than done, because the ego's convinced you that limitation is correct, that limiting yourself is actually right, and that freedom is somehow wrong. It's totally upside down. So this is just setting our mind straight and getting us to see everything in proper perspective, so that we can make the right choices and we can actually move in the direction of freeing our minds to the ultimate. He gives us the final state of enlightenment. The at-one-ment is complete when the awareness of the extension and the source are one. Their perfect unity is the state of pure formless awareness, or heaven. So this is the completed at-one-ment, when our awareness is the awareness of the source and there's no difference at all. Then that unity is the state of pure formless awareness. We experience it only as pure formless awareness and nothing else. And that's the ultimate outcome of all of this mind training. To attain that state of awareness, not just temporarily, but eternally, forever, eternally. The ego can't even conceive of that. The ego just can't get its head around that. So if you struggle with it, don't worry. It's because what does eternity even mean to the ego? It has no idea of what forever is. It will perceive that as forever in time. oh, that means time goes on and on and on forever. No, no, that's not what it means. It means timeless. There is no time. But the ego is so rooted in time and space that it can't conceive of a timeless state. All right, so happy to move on to number 5. Again, read it in the original and the alternative. Begang, nothing can prevail.
Nothing can prevail against a son of God who commends his spirit into the hands of his Father. By doing this, the mind awakens from its sleep and remembers its creator.
Let's just do it, original and alternative. So
Okay.
read the first 2 in the alternative.
Nothing can prevail against an extension of perfect love who matches their awareness with their source's awareness. By doing this, the mind awakens from its sleep and remembers its source.
Original, number 3.
All sense of separate disappears. The Son of God.
Yeah.
Oh, must I go?
No, that's fine. That number 3 will be the same. So read number 4.
The Son of God is part of the Holy Trinity, but the Trinity itself is one. The extension of perfect love is part of the Holy Trinity, but the Trinity itself is one.
Okay, we'll talk about the Holy Trinity. Let's just finish the paragraph.
There is no confusion within its levels because they are of one mind and one will. There is no confusion within its levels because they come from one mind and one awareness. This single purpose creates perfect integration and establishes the peace of God. This single purpose creates perfect integration and establishes the peace of perfect love.
And just read the rest in the alternative. There's not much to translate.
Yet, this vision can be perceived only by the truly innocent, because their hearts are pure. The innocent nurture true perception instead of defending themselves against it. Understanding the lesson of the atonement, they are without the wish to attack, and therefore they perceive truly. This is what the Bible means when it says, when he shall appear or be perceived, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is.
Yeah, so just the atonement we say is at 1 month.
At one
Lesson
minute.
1 month. You see, it makes a big difference. Because atonement is typically associated with the traditional Christian interpretation of atonement. It's also in the Jewish tradition, I think, is that you atone for sins. You've sinned and now you must atone for sins, and that is done in various ways. So in the Christian tradition, they say Jesus died for our sins. He atoned for our sins through his death, you see. Complete misinterpretation of what at-one-ment really means. One-ment means you come into an awareness of your source, and that everyone and everything is actually just the same source, the same awareness. And there is no sin and no guilt. It doesn't mean that you're aware of guilt and then you seek to somehow mitigate the guilt or repair the guilt. It means simply that you transcend the guilt. It's not real anymore, perception. So at 1 mint states it quite nicely, because there's an at 1 mint. We become at one through the at 1 mint process, and our minds merge into the oneness That is their true nature, once again. And we become without the wish to attack, so we can perceive truly. This is what the Bible means when it says, when he shall appear or be perceived, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. So we become like Yeshua. I think that refers to Christ, coming of the Christ. When he shall appear, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. So we become one with Christ, our true self, and we become one with others. That's the at-one-ment plan of God, which is pure formless awareness of perfect oneness. Okay, so read it in the alternative from the top. If you can become, nothing can prevail.
Nothing can prevail against an extension of perfect love, who matches their awareness with their source's awareness. By doing this, the mind awakens from its sleep and remembers its source. All sense of separation disappears. The extension of perfect love is part of the Holy Trinity, but the Trinity itself is one. There is no confusion within its levels because they come from one mind and one awareness. This single purpose creates perfect integration and establishes the peace of perfect love. Yet, this vision can be perceived only by the truly innocent because their hearts are pure. The innocent nurture true perception instead of defending themselves against it. Understanding the lesson of the at-one-ment, they are without the wish to attack, and therefore they perceive truly. This is what the Bible means when it says, when he shall appear or be perceived, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is.
Okay. So let's talk about the Holy Trinity a little bit, because that's what he's talking about here. I'm going to go to a diagram that I created, which you may have seen already. I'm not sure if you've seen this. It's in your course pack. Sorry, not that one. The Holy Trinity. So this is an operating system for your life. Right. So this kind of demonstrates what he's saying. Let's just read those parts again. So the extension of perfect love is part of the Holy Trinity, but the Trinity itself is one. There is no confusion within its levels because they come from one mind and one awareness. So this perfect integration establishes the peace of perfect love. So he's saying they come from one awareness. So the pure formless awareness of perfect love, that's the top level, that's ultimate reality. That is the source of the true self, or the Christ, or the Son, or the extension, whichever language you want to use. It extends from that awareness, right, into our seemingly separated awareness and starts to awaken us to the truth that we are really just one self. We are one self because there's only one awareness. Do you see where it extends from? This pure formless awareness of perfect love naturally extends into the idea that there's only one self. Yeah, it's the source of that idea. So this is the source. The true self is its effect. So the Father and the Son, or the cause and the effect, or the source and its extension, whatever language you want to use. Now, in this true self, knowing that we are one self, we can perceive truly. So we can know this pure formless awareness of perfect love is still there. It's in our mind. We reference that. That's always in the background. And then we can still perceive the people, things, places, events, circumstances, situations, all the traumas and successes and failures and all experiences that seem to exist and happen in the physical universe of time and space. We can now perceive that from the perspective of the true self, of that I am one self. If we are one self and we see others as one with us, then our perception changes dramatically, doesn't it? Instead of seeing them as separate and therefore we can attack them or fear them or be angry with them, we perceive that actually they are one with us. And so to attack them is to attack ourselves. And so that fundamentally changes our perception of others, of every situation. That change in perception is the miracle or the correction or forgiveness or letting go or surrender or acceptance. It's the process of salvation or at one-ment or enlightenment, also called satori, moment of insight in the East, rebirth, awakening, resurrection. These are all terms that talk about the transformation of the mind. Transform our mind into another state through this process that resurrects our mind into the understanding of who we really are, the true self, the one self. And then he says, once you've done that over and over, you then eventually, God takes the final step. In other words, this awareness just becomes your awareness. You kind of just merge back into it because you're so close. Done the work to get yourself so close that eventually even the idea of a true self and perception, true perceptions just drops away and you merge back into pure formless awareness of perfect love and become one with it. And that's the final outcome of the at-one-ment, the merging of the Father, the Source, and its extension. But in the meantime, this operating system of the Holy Spirit is very useful because it helps us to raise ourselves up from really identifying with a separate self and everything that it entails, all the dark thoughts and emotions, into the one self that now perceives everything correctly. And that's this process of moving up from identifying with our ego in time and space in the red box into this intermediary or mezzanine level of the true self or Christ that's now inspired by pure formless awareness of perfect love to perceive correctly. This step from here to here is what the Course is all about. The scope of the Course, he's saying, is to help you to do this, to raise your awareness up into the awareness of the Christ or the true self, and then God takes the final step. So he says, I can't train you in that. I can't teach you the meaning of love, as he says in the introduction we looked at earlier, but I can teach you how to let go of the blocks to the awareness of love's presence, which are all of your attachments to this world that block you from awakening to the truth, the true self, which is who you really are, and perceiving everything from that perspective. And so you've got the Holy Trinity as a model of awakening. It's an operating system really for your life. So, well, if you apply this, yes, there's pure formless awareness of perfect love or the Father, the Source, but this needs to be applied through the construct of the true self, which now becomes an identity, albeit temporary in this world, that can perceive correctly. And the perceptions are the Holy Spirit, as demonstrated here. Holy Spirit, or remembrance of perfect love or oneness, perceives everything incorrectly. Okay. So does that model make sense? The Holy Trinity is just an operating system, and the other aspects, the Christ or the Son and the Holy Spirit, are just corrective devices in the dream. They're there to help you to awaken. They're not ultimately real. Where theologians go wrong is they try and make them all real and equivalent And of course, they're going to struggle to reconcile them because they're on different levels. The true self is on a kind of intermediary mezzanine level, and then the Holy Spirit works from that level into the level of the illusion. And so they work at their levels to correct any idea of levels. Make you realize that there are no levels in perfect oneness. So does this make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you understand this, then you understand more than most Christian theologians do. Because I've never seen a clear explanation like this from a Christian theologian about what the Holy Trinity is. They get very confused. It's an operating system designed to take you back to pure formless awareness of perfect love, after which time the Holy Trinity is no longer necessary. So the Holy Trinity fades away into God. Christ and the Holy Spirit fade away into God, into pure formless awareness of perfect love, when they've played their part in your awakening. So they are not permanent and eternal. They are temporary devices that are useful in the illusion of time and space to help you awaken. But they come from pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is why he says that there's no confusion within its levels, although he acknowledges those levels seem to exist, because they come from one mind and one awareness. They all stem from pure formless awareness of perfect love. Just got to remember that. So this single purpose creates perfect integration, establishes the peace of perfect love. So they work in harmony as an operating system, smoothly, in tandem, no conflict, to awaken you to the truth of who you really are, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's the one purpose. That the sun, who seems to be separated, the extension that seems to be separated from its source, will go back and merge back into its true awareness, its source, pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's the at-one-ment plan. So the sooner that happens, the sooner that one-ment plan is fulfilled, and that's up to you how long you want it to take for you. Okay, so any other questions on the Holy Trinity? John, you okay with that?
Yep, I'm okay with that.
All right, so number Kang, you're right. Let's move on to number 6. Last paragraph.
Must I read the alternate?
Is it who read number 5? Is it you?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
okay.
it's me actually.
All
Yeah,
right.
it's John. John Reed. Yeah, just the alternate. The alternate only, John.
The way to correct distortions is to withdraw my faith in them and invest only in what is true. I cannot make what is false true. If I am willing to accept what is true in everything I perceive, I let it be true for me. Truth overcomes all error, and those who live in error and emptiness can never find lasting comfort. If I perceive truly, I am cancelling out misperceptions in myself and in others simultaneously. Because I perceive them as they are, I offer them my acceptance of their truth so they can accept it for themselves. This is the healing that the correction brings.
Yeah, so what's he saying in this one?
So if saying that the way forward is to withdraw our belief in the illusion and accept spirit, accept truth, because that will overcome all feelings of separation and emptiness and cancel out all previous errors and In so being and so doing, I will help others understand the meaning of, or the essence of, correction.
And if I perceive others as they are, and I help them accept it for themselves, and that's how it spreads. Yeshua is a great example. So he just said to people, "Your sins are forgiven." He got them to accept that. He perceived them as they truly were, innocent, so that they could accept it for themselves. When they accepted it for themselves, that they were innocent and not guilty and not deserving of punishment, then the healing happened. And that's how the healings happened. He just reminded them of who they really were. This is the healing that corrections bring. So the healing is always on the mind level, and then the physical symptoms of sin and guilt get corrected as well. Often the shift is big enough on the mind level, then those symptoms can disappear literally instantaneously, as happened with many of his healings. Okay. So any other thoughts on that? Let's
That's good for me.
have a look at the summary. Just 4 paragraphs of summary. So Kang, if you can read that. Paragraph 1, please.
In this course, I've learned that key concepts are not relative and cannot be understood as opposites. I cannot hold pure formless awareness and limited awareness together as possibilities. They are mutually exclusive. It's crucial for me to understand that my thinking will remain inconsistent until I commit entirely to pure formless awareness. But thankfully, committing to limited awareness is inherently impossible, since everyone has experienced some form of true awareness, despite any denial.
Yeah. Okay. So what's he saying there?
It's saying that from the course or studying the course, it can only be clearly understood not from the world of opposites. It's either this pure formless awareness or limited awareness, but both can actually, function or at the same time. And for as long as we're trying to actually maybe run them parallel or have one foot on the other and the other foot on the other, we will not be able to reach that state of pure formless awareness or perfect love.
Yeah, I must commit to one or the other. And that's really, that's a key defining feature of this course. He's saying to us over and over, you've got to choose. You can't have dark and light and love and fear going on in your mind and expect to have peace and happiness and sanity. You must choose between these thought systems and make a very clear-cut choice by letting go of the one and accepting the other. That's what makes it quite different from many other teachings. Any dualistic teaching doesn't do this. Doesn't say it's one or the other. They somehow try and fudge it and say, well, it's, God is light and dark, and we have to accept both of them. We must, be open to all possibilities, which means also open to the darkness, you see? You've heard these kinds of teachings. We all have.
Yeah.
The darkness is part of existence. You have to open to the darkness as well as the light. Otherwise, you're denying, some kind of fundamental reality. But actually, that's completely false. because you're accepting that both are, these possibilities are real and they contradict each other. So you have a massive conflict in your mind. So the only way out of that conflict is to choose clearly by letting go of the one, in this case, darkness, limited awareness, and accepting the other, truth, pure formless awareness, perfect love, as we call it. Or innocence is another word for it. Okay, so John, if you can read number 2, wisdom comes when my innocence becomes my universal viewpoint.
Wisdom comes when my innocence becomes my universal viewpoint, leading to true perception where I do not misperceive and always perceive what is real. Lacking confidence in others reflects my belief in their disconnection from their right mind, undermining the power of correction that allows me to see everything in its truth. Only what is extended through me by pure formless awareness of perfect love holds reality.
Yeah? So he's saying there.
It's saying that our source of wisdom is in our innocence, and our innocence in ourselves and in others. So we must see the innocence, the essential innocence in others in order to free ourselves and them. And that is the power of creation.
Yeah. When we can see the innocence and not have the innocence tainted with any kind of judgment of their sin and guilt, then we awaken not only ourselves but them to their innocence. And that's true wisdom, when we see only innocence. And we're truly wise because we're seeing only truly, and we're not splitting our minds. Now, illusion says wisdom is to honor the darkness. I've had a couple of people say to me, "Oh, no, we have to, give credence to the darkness as well. You have to acknowledge the illusion and the truth, because otherwise you're not being all inclusive." Yeah, but that's just false argument. That's the ego trying desperately to become truth. How can that be if only perfect love is real? How can fear and guilt and sin and any darkness be real? If only pure formless awareness of perfect love is real. That's the question. If God is love, then how can any of those things have any reality? And you can't answer the question within the dualistic framework. You can only find the answer by letting go of your belief in the false. It's the only way of getting out of that conundrum. I mean, this is the question that's been haunting philosophers for forever. Well, if there is only love, God is only love, let's say, they can believe in God, then how come there's so much evil, darkness, fear, pain, suffering, death in the world if God is only love? How does that work? And the only way out of that conundrum is to deny the darkness entirely and say, well, none of it's true. It's just a false reality. Actually, there is only perfect love that lies just, in another state of awareness. All right, so next one, Dagmakang, my fear of pure formless awareness, my fear of perfect love.
My fear of perfect love stems from my fear of perfect love stems from misusing my mind, which is meant to mirror its awareness, creating illusions when I believe myself to be unfree. Accepting pure formless awareness unifies me with my source, experiencing the state of pure formless awareness
Okay, maybe this just needs a bit of work. My fear of perfect love stems from my misuse of my mind. That's okay. Which is meant to reflect its awareness, you know? So perfect love's awareness is reflected in my awareness, in my mind. So creating illusions. And I am not free. So making me believe the illusion that I'm not free. Okay, I'm accepting pure formless awareness. Perfect love unifies me with my source. And leads me to experience state of pure formless awareness. Okay, just read that again.
My fear of perfect love stems from my misuse of my mind, which is meant to reflect its awareness. So, making me believe the illusion that I'm not free. Accepting pure, formless awareness of perfect love unifies me with my source and leads me to experience the state of pure, formless awareness.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
I think when we constantly misuse our minds or miscreate, we tend to, in the process, generates, the fear of this perfect love. Because from the misuse, we create separateness that tends to indicate or make us believe that we are actually not free. We are tied to this separation. And the truth is, there is only one pureless awareness of perfect love. And that perfect love is actually, our source. And once we're in that state, we experience, perfect love instead of separation and fear.
Yeah, well said. So that's the merging. It's pointing us to the ultimate merging of the source with its extension, which experiences then leads us to experience of the state of pure form, which is heaven. Okay, John, next one, merging my awareness with my source.
Merging my awareness of my source eradicates all sense of separation, awakens me from my sleep, and helps me remember my true origin. I am inherently part of the Holy Trinity, undivided and originating from one mind and awareness. This single-minded purpose grants me peace and integration, visible only to the truly innocent. I thus embrace true perception, forgo defense, and perceive truly.
Yeah.
It's interesting that he uses the word perceive truly, so he's still retaining the idea of perceiving, even though we are seeing correctly.
Yeah. Because, we're still perceiving in time and space, but it's true perception.
Okay.
True perception comes from our true self, as shown here.
Yeah.
So this is the whole correction. Because if you didn't correct your perceptions first, then how can you identify with your true self, and how can you merge back into pure form of awareness of perfect love with the whole of perceiving those perceptions going on in your mind? You can't. So the perceptions correct our mind, restore us to the awareness of our true self, which is only one self, which is a derivative of pure formless awareness of perfect love, and that leads us back into that awareness. And so that's why he says it's all in one line. The levels don't contradict, because they're all in the one line, coming from the source, extending through the true self and into the true perceptions or Christ's vision, which are the corrections that then correct what's happening on this level in our minds and undo our attachment to our false self that's perceiving incorrectly. And that single-minded purpose grants me the peace and the integration visible only to the truly innocent. Grants me peace that comes from a single purpose. And available only to the truly innocent. This is how I embrace true perception, let go of defensiveness, and perceive truly. It's a bit tautological. This is how I let go of my defensiveness and accept only my true perceptions. Just read that from the top again, John. Merging my awareness. John, you there?
I am here. Merging my awareness with my source eradicates all sense of separation, awakens me from my sleep, and helps me remember my true origin. I am inherently part of the Holy Trinity, undivided and originating from one mind and awareness. This single-minded purpose grants me peace that comes from a single purpose available only to the truly innocent. This is how I let go of my defensiveness and accept only my true perceptions.
Yeah. Thoughts on that?
But it's encouraging us to merge with Source, because that's the way that will take us to our awakening and in our single-minded task of going back to God, going back, joining with Spirit, and letting go of defensiveness. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then the next one.
Correcting my distortions involves shifting my belief from falsehoods to truth. Accepting truth in all I perceive allows it to be true for me, overcoming error and bringing comfort. True perception corrects misperceptions within me and in others, offering acceptance of our true identity and thus facilitating healing through my correction.
Yeah, what's he saying here?
I think it talks to, the real work or the real practice of actually undoing the attachment, to the false self. And in that process, we actually, come to the truth. And, before we come to the truth, we first need to accept the truth. And in that way, we can overcome all the errors or all the sins. And then that actually corrects our misperceptions.
Hmm. There comes my errors and comforts me. True perception corrects misperceptions within me. Corrects my own and others' misperceptions. Acceptance of our true identity. And thus facilitating healing through my corrections. Bring them the gift of our true identity. And facilitating fitted onto healing through my corrections. Okay, read that from the top, just the last one.
Correcting my distortions involves correcting my belief in falsity with truth. Accepting the truth that underlies everything I perceive allows it to be true for me, which overcomes my errors and comforts me. True perception corrects my own and others' misperceptions, offering them the gift of our true identity and facilitating healing through my corrections.
Yeah, so what's he saying in that? What are we saying in that one?
We're saying that when we correct our perceptions, in that process, we're also correcting our belief from separateness or falsity to that of truth. And first and foremost, we firstly need to accept the truth. And then in that way, it will allow us to actually overcome the error of misperception or being or miscreating away from the truth. And if once we've accepted the truth, we acknowledge the true we acknowledge, what's true or the true perceptions. And in that process, healing takes place. We're healing our minds, and in essence, it also filters down to us healing our bodies.
Hmm. Yeah, and we offer the gift by our own corrections. We offer others the gift of those corrections. Okay, and just the key message, John, if you can read that to wrap it up.
True perception and wisdom arise from committing to pure forms of awareness and rejecting the illusion of separation. By embracing my innate innocence and merging my awareness with my source, I will correct my misperceptions, accept the truth, and heal my mind, which will lead me to experience a state of unity and peace.
It will lead me to experience. Okay, yeah. Any thoughts on that? It's kind of a nice succinct summary of the whole thing.
It's a very succinct summary, and he's saying that by aligning with spirit and recognizing and actively embracing our own innocence, we are merging with source, with our source, and thereby correcting our errors and accepting truth, which will take us into a state of pure formless awareness.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's always the same message. You just, frames it a bit differently. If we look at it here, he's saying by correcting our perceptions of whatever's going on in time and space, we unify our mind with our true self. So it's a derivative of pure formless awareness, perfect love. So now we have in one line, source extending into the extensions mind, extending into perceptions in one line. There's no contradictions. And that experience is the awakening. And we feel like we're in flow. We're able to stay in a relatively happy, peaceful state by doing this. And ultimately, that merges our mind with pure formless awareness of perfect love. And that's the at-one-ment, the merging of the source and its extension, the Father and the Son, via this correction process that is described in the diagram of the Holy Trinity. So it's not rocket science, it's very simple, but it's important we understand it. And so he goes over it again and again, because we're apt to overlook the simplicity of this, because the ego wants us to see the complexity of its thought system and not be able to find a way out of it. Okay, any other thoughts or comments or questions on this one? Miracles is true perception. It's a good one.
It's a nice
Correction is true perception. It's really just saying that corrections are true perception. So when you correct, you make a correction, then true perception happens, and that leads you back to heaven, state of pure formless awareness.
And nice to be on the call with you as well, Bikane.
Thank you, John. Nice to be on the call
thanks
with you
for
too. I'm enjoying it.
Thanks for
Loving it.
staying until the end. You're after 12 now, so it's a long evening for you. But hopefully a good one. And we'll see you tomorrow. I'm be doing an afternoon session. So do join us on Sunday, Sunday evening from 8 o'clock your time. It's an important session. We're going to be doing some good work, like the name of your game exercise and stuff. So make sure you attend that one.
Okay, no, thank you, John. Will do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, only a pleasure. Okay. Thanks. See you Sunday, John. If you want to join tomorrow afternoon.
I don't think I
Or
can make
the,
it for afternoon actually, so missed that
okay.
one. I'll listen.
So,
I'll listen to the recording.
sure. Yeah, join us Sunday. We're doing the art of the name your game exercise for some of it, but we will also do some practice work. So you can,
Okay.
if you come sort of later after about 9, we probably be done with the. I'm going to do the name your game stuff first, and then get into the practice stuff. So get into the lesson and the text after that. So join us after 9 on Sunday if you like.
Okay. Okay. Very good.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Namaste.
Ciao.
Namaste.
Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye.
Namaste.
Bye. Bye, Bakang.
Bye, John.
Glad you could join us, man. All right. So that's a wrap for today. Thank you to everyone who joined. Kang, John, Elaine, Lynn. Good session again. I hope you enjoyed that. If you'd like to join us, then join us for the next masterclass, the Art of Letting Go masterclass, happening soon. Go to theaolg.com to find out when the next one is, and sign up. It's a free masterclass. Find out how to join these live calls and join the program, which is a 1-year program. You can also go to lifepool.com to get some of the material I shared with you up front, the daily quotes and lesson, and we'll send out a short meditation as well with that. So go to lifepool.com to do that. Those URLs are both below in the comments box in YouTube. So you can just click those links. And finally, if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, if you like this material, I go live 6 days a week. So you'll be notified by YouTube whenever I go live. And subscribing will activate that notification. So hit the subscribe button and do join us in the masterclass. And I hope to see you in the Telegram group as well. Thanks for listening, and namaste, which means the Christ or true self in me acknowledges and honors that same Christ, true self in you. Peace.